And welcome, everybody! Welcome to Squids for Palestinian Kids 2nd edition. I am Pat, here with Rachelski. Rachel, how are you doing?
Hi, Pat. I am doing so good. I am so happy to be back for the second Squids for Palestinian kids. You know, last time we raised so much money doing this. It was so fun. And yeah, I'm so happy to be back.
Yeah, and we've already raised a bunch because yesterday there was the tabletop tournament. And they raised a whole lot of money. All of you were incredibly generous, and we're already at 1900 US dollars.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. We're almost at 2000 US dollars, which is crazy already. I feel like maybe we'll break what we did before last time we streamed.
Yeah, well, it's a good start, and we're going to start with Winter Melons going against Rainfall. We've had so many teams registered, by the way. 74 teams are on the starting block, ready to fight it. And yeah, we're going to start in Group D with these two teams.
Do you know anything about these two teams, Pat?
I know Rainfall because Pig, who's on Rainfall, is was the sub for my team back in the way when we did Breeze. For Breeze, Pig was subbing. Though I've heard Pig wasn't playing tonight, but I'm still rooting for Rainfall because I'm biased like that.
We support our teammates and our friends.
Yeah.
Bias. No bias at all. First match, Tower Control and Hagglefish. Fan favourite. Everyone likes this map. Everyone likes this mode on this map.
I mean, Hagglefish Market has become a classic, and Tower Control is getting more and more attention, especially since the CRB is now in the game, and we see it coming.
I was about to say, are we going to see the CRB?
Yep.
Because everybody has been playing it since the new patch dropped, the new update. And there we go.
Yeah, the Winter Melons bringing both of the CRB and a knot and a carbon with that. That pencil is going to have a paint a lot, and they will depend a lot on that pencil for paint in order to move on. Rainfall, a bit more mobility. They'll be able to move forward a bit more easily, I feel like. It's just about like getting past that wall of splats that Winter Melons is bringing, and it looks like it's working so far for Rainfall.
Nice. I forgot which colour is which team. You'll have to remind me.
Yeah, so Rainfall is in orange right now, bringing the tower to the first checkpoint, and it's working pretty well. The Zipcaster is deployed, dodging that Zuka is pretty key, and right now, Santana getting a lot for the team right there.
Trying to take out that pencil. It was so important to get rid of that pencil. It's their paint, it's their cooler. Unsuccessful, but they, you know, pencil is the only one up at the moment, trying to maintain, trying to stop this push.
Yeah, and right now Rainfall is still moving forward, dancing around. Getting to the second checkpoint is pretty key. It's not going to be enough for right now. The tower is coming back. I think they're still... Oh, wait. That's the Tire Stamper jumped away, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a bit of audio issues, but both of these teams are still fighting for mid. Tower is back in mid with a 2 versus 2 right there. It's all about that fight, and that carbon is getting all the splats.
Yeah, the carbon's doing so much work here. Amazing work. Able to get a pick with the Zuka as well. And now starts the push if they can keep it up now.
Yeah, with their low paint, Winter Melons, they really need to get splat after splat to go forward, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. They need to hold that checkpoint. The strikes are coming. They're going to delay things, and the Rainfall is trying to deny that they're able to push the Melons away.
You just see how quickly they're able to get self-control back from them. They're able to outpaint them, and I think that's a big thing right now as well, because even if they're able to push with... Ooh, look at that Zuka. Look at that Zuka, the way Zuka can just turn around a game.
And that's the thing. Whenever Rainfall gets a splat, they have the paint to just move forward. Wintermelon, they need to get extra splats just to get more, but right now they just got 2 splats. It's their turn to move forward. They have 2 minutes to get the 1 checkpoint deficit. That's not that much, but they need to get the push.
They didn't get the push going with that. Not able to move through the turf. Like, you just look at the map as well. They have so much map control here, and they're just suppressing them, keeping them back. So unless they get these picks, unable to here as well.
Yeah, the Wintermelons are getting picked, and even the trades would all wait. Wait!
Here we go. This is it. This is the comeback. We've got Bazooka ready to go. Bazooka, do we get any picks with it? Able to suppress, the Cracker comes out.
That's good. That's the chaining of specials that Wintermelons need in order to move forward, in order to get some more. The tower is getting past the first checkpoint. They got past the first checkpoint, and that means that right now they're technically in the same checkpoint as Rainfall is. All they need to do is push that tower, stay on that tower a bit longer, but Rainfall are answering, are throwing the bombs, are throwing the shots in order to stop that tower. And with 45 seconds left, this could be the last opportunity for the Wintermelons.
Yeah, they're pushing the pencil back, or the pencil goes down. Stamper goes down right after, but they're losing their pencil there, is losing their turf, losing their cooler. It's not looking good for them.
Yeah, it is pretty tough, and right now all Rainfall needs to do is get their specials ready. Having the machine down is already pretty good for the Wintermelons. This could be the start of a push, but they need the momentum, they need the tower, and there's no one on the tower right now.
There is no one on the tower. Well, they get on the tower, but they're 2 players down here. Maybe doesn't look like it. They're able to get on the tower. We start overtime, but I don't know how hot this is looking. They've got to do a lot of work here. They've got to get a lot of picks.
Yeah, and
they stole the tower through the ink strikes.
Through the ink strikes, but not long enough. In the end, that lead that Rainfall had gotten at the start of the game was enough, and Rainfall really playing well. But yeah,
just the first push was enough to secure them the win, and they were able to suppress the whole rest of the game.
Yeah. I mean, Rainfall could see that the Melons didn't have that much painting power, didn't have that much of an ability to push fast, even though they had good splatting power. So all Rainfall needed to do was stand their ground, was stay still, wait for the attack, resist the attack, and know that they can always like delay the push, because Wintermelons were a bit slow to move forward.
Yeah, it's just, obviously it goes without saying that you need paint, but you don't realize how crucial it is when you factor in sort of being able to push forward. It's so hard for blasters, rollers to be able to push forward if there's little turf on the field for them. So do you think we'll see a change of comp to compensate? Well, we will do, because it's splat zones now, but maybe they'll pick up more painty weapons. Also, by the way, sorry to interrupt, we've just reached the first checkpoint of our goal. We've just surpassed $2,000. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah, $2,030 right now. Thank you so much to all our donors. With lots of you, lots of small donations coming in. Every dollar counts, and it's really working.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if, just being here, being in the chat, sharing the stream, lots of people have provided artwork, things like that. If you can't donate money, then all of those other things are just as powerful and as meaningful. So thank you.
Yeah, but it's time for Robo Roman. Let's see. It looks like it's going to be a bit more paint on the side of the Wintermelons. That's the kind of adaptation that you need between the Dread Eraser and the Wiper. That's a lot of paint. That's going to allow them to push forward this time.
Do you know what I like to see? In a game? I like to see a custom jet squelcher. I am a huge fan of seeing this, because I feel like it's everything you want in her backline, but can still push forward, can still paint. Is so much mobile than a lot of other backlines. So I'm really happy to see a custom Jet Squelcher.
I think it's a perfect solo queue backline because it's so adaptable. You can really do anything and move fast with your team. You can hold your ground. And right now, Rainfall trying to take control, but the splats are still coming for the Winter Melons. And this time they have the paint to follow through.
This carbon roller is going to be a menace now that they have paint. They're going to be an absolute menace, and they're already working on pushing the opposite team back into their spawn. They really have to get rid of this carbon roller.
Yeah. Yeah, Winter Melon having a good hold over the zone right now. They're going to reach the 50-point mark, but Rainfall is looking to answer right there. They're all around the zone, able to apply the penalty. Still looking for a way to push forward.
Oof, just surviving that reef slider. But not able to do anything with it. They are three down though, so it looks like they're going to be able to get some points on the board here.
Yeah, Winter Melons with that reef slider, they were still trying to get a bit more splats, but Rainfall just dodging them and painting the zone took a lot of control back. That being said, Winter Melons are back on the attack, and this game they are not letting anything go. They're still getting more and more, and with the missiles coming, Rainfall is going to have to move away.
Yeah, it's just even like their specials, the reef slider, the missiles, just putting out so much turf in conjunction with the pencil always being there. The pencil is just far enough away that they can continue to turf here. But we do see the Stamper trying to get rid of the pencil when they do. That's so important.
Now it's all about Rainfall just painting, making sure that there can be no approach. Winter Melons making a good job of trying to get in that 2 down on Rainfall. That could be a push. They lose the lead right there, but they're going to get the zone back, and they're back in control right now.
Managed to hold on to the lead by the smallest amount. And we can just see contesting for mid here, just trying to paint over each other. But it looks like the Stamper's going in to try and push them back.
Ooh. Yeah, it's... That Stamper has been trying to fight, but has been pushed away. Winter Melon's really adapting to what Rainfall was able to do in the game 1. But right now, Rainfall looking to run away with it. They are keeping the zone, they are extending the lead. And the Melons are not able to find anything. The Zipcaster not getting a splat, but the
reef either.
Yeah.
With the reef, yeah.
And the zone is still blue! The zone is still blue! 2 down onto the Melons! 3 down! This could be the game, Rachel!
I think this is the game. I think they've done such a good job at bringing this back and taking lead, taking so much control from them. Look at that. Amazing comeback.
The Winter Melons really changed their comp, and it worked. It was working so well at the start of the game. Except Rainfall, they learned as the game came on, oh, they have more paint, we have to pay more attention to that carbon, we have to be wary of that Dread Eraser that's going to throw all these reef sliders to our faces. And Rainfall really learning throughout the game how to counter what Winter Melons is doing, and in the end securing the 2-0 against the Winter Melons.
Yeah, great first set. Is it play or free? Remind me.
I'm pretty sure it's it's play or free. It's play or free.
Is it?
According to Sendu, it is.
Oh yeah, Sendu says play or free.
So I guess we're going to see Scourge Gorge and Rainmaker, and Winter Melons. They're learning. They're getting there. All they need to do is connect the dots, find a bit more coordination, and they could very much take a game off of this Rainfall. Rainfall, that being said, they have the momentum, they have the mental edge right now. All they need to do is keep doing what they've been doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, there is potential for them to nick the last game from them if they can adapt to it. And like you said, they're just missing a few pieces now. They're just going to make it all work. And it's Rainmaker. Anything can happen in Rainmaker.
Anything can happen, and there's always like Rainmaker is the mode for comebacks, is the mode for surprises. So this is Wintermelons. This is their opportunity to take a game. Every game matters if you want to make it to a good bracket, if you want to get a good seed. So keep giving it your all.
Yeah, yeah. Even if you've lost a set, taking one game gives you it's worth going all out for.
Yeah. I wonder what we will see, because both of these teams have shown us like a dozen different weapons of what they can play. Wintermelons,
nice to see, isn't it? It's quite nice to see, like variation in comps and willing to change up very quickly rather than sort of, sticking with tried and tested. It's nice that we've seen a couple of the latest weapons that have just been added as well.
Yeah.
I think you saw that the Dowsers in the first game along with the CRB as well. So I wonder if we'll see the new Wiper, the Decapitator, something like that.
Especially at the start of a season like that. And these new weapons, lots of them are showing potential, and I have heard lots of players say that they like playing these weapons, they want to practice them, they want to push them. So honestly, yeah, bring them to the table. If you're the first to figure it out, if you're the first to know how it's played and to know the counterplays, you're pretty much sure to surprise your opponent, because they're not ready yet to fight that.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can. Okay, I was just thinking, are we going to see a heavy edit? And we are. I like that. But it's not the new one.
Yeah,
it's the one with the Tacticaler.
It's the old one. I mean, it's not going anywhere. Tacticaler is here to stay.
Absolutely.
But on the side of Rainfall, we see an ink brush.
Yeah, very interesting for Rainmaker. You kind of, maybe they want to do some sneaky strats.
Rainfall want to go faster. They've played off of their speed so far, and now adding the ink brush to that is going to allow them to go faster and faster. That being said, Wintermelon with the Slosher should be able to maybe punish the brush when it's trying to run. It's all going to be decided by the Rainmaker, and right now the Melons have the grab. They don't keep the Rainmaker though, and they're sent back to spawn.
2 down, 3 down. Yeah, that's a soft wipe. They're able to control mid here. We're gonna get juice out. We're gonna see a push here.
Push is being prepared by Rainfall. Rainfall are taking their time to grab the Rainmaker. They want to take control of the ground before they take the grab. They're going to let the reset happen.
Interesting. Maybe they want to get a few picks, which is always, worth doing before just rushing in.
Yeah, but
you
now
never really know what happens with Rainmaker.
But the Zipcaster being set while the Rainmaker was being repopped means that Rainfall couldn't really play off of it, and now their push is delayed. Again, Wintermelons is going forward with the strikes on that carbon.
Wow.
Huge straight. Santana with the Stamper has to move back. Getting a pick on the Rainmaker is huge. That's going to slow everything down.
Such an important pick. If they had to pick anyone, it was the Rainmaker, and they were so good to do that. So it's able to suppress the push and get their teammates back, which is super important after basically losing all of your teammates there. They're going 2 down again, going just straight away. But Rainmaker's been stopped. So we're in a bit of a team deathmatch in mid at the moment. Nobody's able to really push. As soon as someone picks up, they're being stopped. We're fighting, basically.
Yeah, both teams have been able to defend incredibly well against whatever the other team is doing. And right now with 2 down on the Wintermelons and a Tacticaler deployed, and this time they don't wait for the reset. Rainfall has grabbed the Rainmaker and they're going to try to go forward, but that's short lead. It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah. This, both teams are defending so well here. So well. We're just seeing tactical after tactical.
It's
working hard to juice up their teammates. The respawns are happening so quickly. They're back in. They're fighting continuously. Are we going to see any movement here? That's an important pick from the Rainmaker.
Will team score 10 points? Yes,
Yes.
the team scoring 10 points, and Rainfall is at the checkpoint, getting it, and from then on it could go very fast. If Rainfall gets that report, they could score instantly a lot of points. The pop has begotten, but 2 players down. Wintermelons holding the defense. It's still a game of defense, Rachel.
It is, but very well defended from this team here, able to pick 2 players off the opposing team and just stop that push. They may have got first checkpoint here, but they didn't go any further than that, so it's still all to play for here.
It's on Wintermelons to get a push though, and they have 1 minute and 15 seconds to get it right now. Inky just looking for a way past mid. All of Rainfall are threatening mid, and Inky really struggling to go forward. Bazooka is coming, is not going to hit, is not going to connect, and right now Wintermelons are eyeing that checkpoint themselves.
Ooh, so close to the checkpoint, but they're there. They're 3 players up, and this is it. This is lead. Get this checkpoint and secure the lead here, because they've only got 2 players up on the opposite team, and they're suppressing them. They're pushing them. This could be it.
This is the comeback the Wintermelons have been waiting for. They are in the base right now, trying to get more, and with 2 down onto Rainfall, they could get more and more points right there, just running in and getting to 31.
Fantastic, that's it. It's a great push to 31. This secures a good lead for them. I mean, it's still all to play for. They can still pull it back, but 31 is a great place to leave it, especially with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, Rainfall is going to need an overtime push right now. It's going to be a tough one. Wintermelons, all they need is 1 pick. 1 single pick.
Yeah.
1 single Zuka shot could end this game.
Yeah. You are so nervous when it's just you on the Rainmaker in overtime.
Yeah.
So
the slash
is going.
Oh!
Not able. Oh my god, the burst bomb, I think, got them in the end. Fantastic game.
And congrats to the Wintermelons getting that 3rd game, showing that they're learning, they're getting better, and they're getting into the game. They were not that far behind Rainfall, and that's a 2-1.
Some really close games there. Really close games. So well played to both teams, and congrats on Rainfall for taking the set.
Yeah, congrats on them. And this is just round number 1 of Squids for Palestinian Kids. We're going to see much more action very soon. There are so many teams that registered. There are so many of you in chat. There are so many of you donating. Thank you so much for being here and supporting this very just cause.
I love the way the Splatoon community comes together for events like these. It's just you get to watch amazing teams play. Like you said, there were 74 teams signed up. You get to watch all of these great teams while supporting an amazing cause. And if you can donate money, great. But being here, seeing the hype for it, seeing the games, it's fantastic. It's going to be such a good event. The whole night, you've got so much more of this as well.
Yep. So we'll be right back with round number 2. Do not go anywhere. Thank you for watching.
We start overtime, but I don't know how hot this is looking. They've got to do a lot of work here. They've got to get a lot of picks.
Yeah. Islands are not able to find anything. The Zavecaster not getting a splat, but the
reef either.
Yeah.
With the reef, yeah. Ooh, so close to the checkpoint, but they're there. They're 3 players up, and this is it. This is lead. Get this checkpoint and secure the lead here, because they've only got 2.
Means that Rainfall couldn't really play off of it, and now their push is delayed. Again, Wintermelons is going forward with the strikes and that carbon. Wow. Around the zone, able to apply the penalty. Still looking for a way to push forward.
New perspective gained from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So kneel down this inner peace. Look into my eyes. Now tell me the things you love about behind my back. Emptiness in me. My heart is hard to break down. It's to let go. I wonder this is going down.
And welcome back to Squids for Palestinian Kids. I am back again with Rachel, and we're ready to rush round number 2. This time it's going to be Midnight Zones going against the Isopods.
Nice, yeah. We're starting off with Splat Zone's Mako Mart, which again is another huge favourite. Sure, it's going to be such a great game between these two teams.
Mhm.
Yeah. And just again, I just want to shout out before we start. Thank you so much for all the donations. I can see them coming through. There's more coming through. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we're past the 2100 and still going on our way to more and more to save the kids. And yeah, it's really helpful. Every small donation coming in one after one is a pleasure to watch. Thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much for just watching us, giving us retweets, giving visibility to this event is also a way to help. And yeah, thank you for being here.
Yeah. What do you reckon we're going to see in this match, Pat?
I
Know any
mean,
of the
on
players?
Macos, I don't know these players, but Macazones you can expect pretty much anything. Anything is going to work as long as you have a ledge option. As long as you have something to fight on these ledges, you
I was
are
gonna say
set. And ooh,
slushes. We're already seeing
yeah.
them. That's a great comp. 2 slushes, the X slusher and the Tri slusher on the same team. They're going to have a lot of AoE here, which is really helpful.
Yeah, it's all on the isopods to really. Ooh!
Wow!
Be wary of these ledges! Oh, everybody's going down right now! Only 3 players left standing. It's a 1v1, but Midnight Zone able to chase away because the range of the Explorer just gives you that extra edge.
The way that went from 0 to 100 within 10 seconds, both teams coming straight out of the gate to fight. I love it. We're going to see such a great match here, and again here they're able to just completely force this team back. That is a soft wipe, and this Explo has got so much control right now.
But now,
Look at the hammer through to the crab. The crab has been deleted.
It's not stopping. The Midnight Zone are getting splat after splat, and with just 30 ticks left, and more staggering onto the isopods. This is a massacre right now. Midnight Zone is not stopping.
That's just look the way this game went. They have won the game in just over a minute. They just came out the gate swinging, but you know, you feel for the other team as well because they just had a bad start, right? That could have gone either way. If they'd have got the picks at the beginning of the match, it could have swung the other way, but able to hold off the game. Look at the map, it is just all blue. What a crazy fast first game from Midnight here.
Midnight Zone getting the first fight and then maintaining the momentum, and the momentum was full throttle. The momentum was, we don't stop, there is nothing you can do. You can try using your specials. There will be a hammer to your face. We don't care. We're going to keep that zone. And as you said, that zone was not captured. They captured that zone 10 seconds after the start of the game, and then they KO'd in a minute. That was very much a speed run of splat zones for you.
If you're isopods now, what are you thinking? Because the way that game flipped and was just over just a minute, what are you thinking? You need to regroup. You need to think about your options here. I mean, the mapper mode is different. We're now going to tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard, so it won't. It will not be as fast, as intense. You might be a bit slower in terms of sort of fighting, but crazy how how to come back from that. They need to change the pace of the game.
Midnight Zone were running at them and splatting. It worked. Like isopods, they need to make that not work. They need to survive the attack. Either give the space to the Midnight Zone and then punish the other pushing, or simply like find a solution, find something, a splash ball, a big bubbler, something that can stop Midnight Zone in their track. Because right now, isopod, they can't keep doing what they've been doing, because what they've been doing is dying.
So succinct, yeah. I misspoke earlier. It's not Sturgeon Shipyard, it's Ship-Shape Cargo. But still, tower control. Like we were saying, isopods need to change the pace of the game. They need to keep Midnight Zone away from them. They need to suppress them back. They have the range. They had the heavy edit. The heavy edit needs to keep him away. We'll see. We'll see. I assume the comps will be different here as well. I assume we'll see a blaster rather than all sloshers. So.
Yeah, and this is extremely dangerous for the isopod, because tower control is the snowball mode. It's the mode where when you're pushing, when you're going forward, you have special advantage and you get more and more snowball. The isopods needs to not let the snowball happen at any point during the 5 minutes. So it's not just on the first fight. They need to find a way to stop Midnight Zone once they are going forward.
And we can see a Wellstring coming out from isopods here. Able to get a pick with it. They are the last ones standing and being pushed back, and they're down, and we're seeing another fantastic open from Midnight Zone here.
Yeah, and now it's on the isopod to show, can they stop Midnight Zone when they have the momentum? The machine is down, that's already one player down. The hammer is coming in, though. That wiper is getting away with murder. Lots of murder.
It's the same in the first game. The wiper was just in the enemy zone unchecked. They weren't able to stop them, and it seems to be happening again here.
Yeah, more and more splats are coming right there. Midnight Zone past the second checkpoint, looking to speed. It just took a minute. God. That was a minute. They beat their PB. First game was a minute 10 seconds. This time it's a minute.
It's just insane dominance, really, isn't it? The way they're able to just win a game within a minute, should I say? Maybe the next game will be within the minute. No pressure, Midnight Zone.
I mean, the next game is Clan Blitz. If they PB on Clan Blitz, I mean, we have to resign. Like, there's nothing we can do against this team.
I'm impressed as well, because we spoke about like tower control. The pace might be a bit slower, but it was faster. They're probably listening to stream and were like, actually, we can prove them wrong.
I mean, the pace of the objective is slow, and you're forced to have a player waiting, but you're also getting more specials as you are pushing forward. That means your wiper will have an extra hammer to throw to your face to ruin your day. We saw that crab tank from the tower absolutely shredding everything and making sure that Midnight Zone could get to that second checkpoint and getting pretty much for free. It was really Midnight Zone aligning everything for themselves and then getting splat after splat after splat.
Yeah, because there's like we said before, there's one thing having a good opening, but being able to sustain that opening and continue the push when the enemy respawns, comes back out and gets their specials. Midnight Zone knew exactly what they were doing, and they did it so well.
Yeah, Midnight Zone coming with the statement, but it's not over. It's play all free. the isopod, I mean, they need a curveball. They need something weird. They need something. They need to change everything if they want a shot at that game, because right now it's really not working.
Yeah, they need to stop that wiper. The wiper
Yeah.
is terrorizing them. We've
Yeah.
all been
Oh.
victimized by a wiper or a stamper that does this to us.
Oh
We've
yeah.
got to get rid of them.
Don't let them flank. Don't let them going. And on Barnacle and Dime, you can see things coming. Okay, I mean, with the two changes on the map, you have a bit more ways to sneak your way in, but overall mid is still pretty much open, so you can see your opponent coming. And is that a Hydra, Rachel?
We're seeing a Hydra. I like Midnight Zone. Now they've got two Splatlings, which is crazy given how fast they were playing. They've gone for
And
two
a
Splatlings.
brush. Two
With the brush,
Splatlings,
though.
a brush, and a Wiper. It's like they have two annoying bees and then two turrets that are not going to move.
Yeah, but I don't doubt that they're not going to pull it off. So, and look at that.
Yeah.
They've
First
already
fight.
got 3 picks. Well, 4
Well,
picks now.
make it
They've already
4.
just established dominance and working their way up into the base and about to score.
Yeah, basket is open. Midnight Zone looking for a bit more clams. That being said, isopods are able to slow things down, are able to push people away. No more clams for Midnight Zone. That could be the end of that push unless they find an extra clam. Of course, what is the Viper doing there?
What is the wiper doing anywhere?
Yep.
I was saying, we've got the new Spazana here. There's the Navigator. This is the one with the inkjet, but they're not
Yeah.
able to get their special off here.
Yeah, the
Wow.
isopods are trying things, but it's not working. And right now, the Midnight Zone are looking to keep the basket open, score even more. But Wiper is still dancing.
This wiper
Between
is
3
living.
players. Still, okay, finally punished. Finally, but everybody else from Midnight Zone is just putting clams in. 6 more clams is all it takes for a KO, and Midnight Zone are hungry right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect from the wiper as well. You know, they're just there distracting and causing the rest of the enemies to focus on them while their teammates can
Ooh.
just throw clams in. And that's it, GG's.
Yeah, I
Crazy.
mean,
Wasn't quite as fast as the other 2 games, but still
Yes!
pretty damn fast.
only less than 2 minutes. This whole set, the game time was less than 5 minutes. We
Congratulations.
had 4
Midnight
minutes
Zone.
of game time. That was insane.
They really put a shift in. They were like, we're winning this.
Yeah. Winning is an understatement, and Midnight Zone are screaming pretty loud to the rest of the group, but they are here for business. They won the first round 3-0, so they're pretty much guaranteed to get to Alpha Bracket. They're going to go against Welles Rico in round 3. That's going to be a tough one, because right now Midnight Zone is strong.
Yeah, absolutely. They're here, and there's such a dominant showing for that set as well. You know, the first set we casted, the matches were close. They were, they were evenly fought, but that so dominant.
Yeah, and kudos to Isopods, because they were doing what they needed to do. They were bringing the curveballs. They were bringing the different weapons. They're trying to change things. They're trying to switch things up. It's just that Midnight Zone were faster, had the better mechanics, the better coordination, and at some point, changing your weapon cannot help you.
Yeah, and like we said, once that wiper was in their base,
Yeah.
it just became impossible for them to stop a push or be able to take back control, because the wiper was always there, taking their attention off the objective and onto the wiper.
Yeah. But this set went fast, but you know what's going even faster, Rachel?
What?
The donations, we are past the 2300s right now. But this is just coming in so fast. You guys are so generous. Thank you so much.
Crazy. I love it. I can see all the donations coming in. There's a lot of anonymous donations. There's a lot of names, but 2,300 already. I love to see it. Well done.
Yeah, we'll take a very short break and we'll be right back with round number 3. And welcome back to round 3 of Squids for Palestinian Kids. We are now in the final round of this group stage, and we're going to show you Anaki Rainbow versus Inkazuma 11. Rachel, it's time we watch this.
It's time. It's time. And we were just saying before we came live, we know these teams. We know a lot of the people in these teams. So we know sort of what to expect from a few of these players in terms of their weapon set here. Lolita will play a roller. Heavy Kez will play some sort of backline. Probably, I'm hoping we'll see the new edit. I'm hoping, but probably not. But you know, it's good to see people we know on stream talking about them, and you know, watching them play. It's great.
Yeah, it's good to see cool people coming in, and we're going to start on Manta Maria with a good game of Rainmaker. Rainmaker on Manta. I still don't understand how this map works. I'm going to be full honesty. I've been playing this game since Splatoon 2. I still don't understand how it works.
I was just about to say, do you like this map for Rainmaker? Because
I don't hate it, but it's I'm always afraid on Rainmaker because like the Rainmaker can just blitz their way through whatever checkpoints and get in so fast, and there's nothing you can do. I feel like.
You know, forget what I said about knowing the weapons that these teams are going to pick, because none of them picked the weapons that I thought they were going to pick. So, you know, I've gone back to not knowing too much.
Yeah, well, it looks like the pop went to Inkazuma, but we're still fighting around that. Rainmaker trying to get things. The tacticulars are deployed, and are going to allow.
Sorry, Inkazuma trying to start off the game with a flank there, but it didn't pay off, and they ended up being taken down. So, you know, we're still fighting in mid for mid control and picks. Wiper gets taken out. That's potentially really good for Anarchy Rainbow here. They're able to pick up the Rainmaker, and are we going to see the start of a push here?
Yeah, they're eyeing to the left, but the shot is... Oh, you got the shot! With an extra tacticular for Anarchy Rainbow right there. That's
surviving. I'm so impressed they didn't get taken out there. Able to get through the first checkpoint too.
That's a very, very good first push. That hammer through the whole way is going to get so much by Jin. And right now...
to take out a couple of players there. Super important, but nobody's watching Heavy Kez.
Yeah, you have to watch. You have to make sure nobody grabs the Rainmaker. That's 3 points for Anarchy Rainbow right there. And they're looking to get they're looking to get in there. Lolita with the brush, just still in there, trying to get in the bubble.
Able to pick up the Rainmaker to capitalize off that push from Lolita there. Lolita able to pick out 3 of those players, but nobody able to pick up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, that's still a free repop for Anarchy Rainbow. Anarchy Rainbow, they don't have much players, but they still have map control. Jin trying to come in with the hammer, gets one, almost gets a second, but not able to get more. And with the beacons that Anarchy Rainbow is placing, they should be able to come in the game much faster. I mean, beacons plus tacticular, you're sure to get it there so fast.
I say you're constantly going to have players in. You're not going to... I mean, even though they're 3 players down now, and the machine is trying to get out with their life, but they're successful, they're still going to be back in. Look, there's 2 players back already. Able to just keep control of mid there.
You can't let your guard down right now. Anarchy Rainbow still on the attack, still trying to get more. Lolita able to get the drop with the Rainmaker. The points are now at 23, and Inkazuma 11 are still struggling to get out of their own side of the map.
Yeah, you have to give it to Anarchy Rainbow here. It's not only such a strong start, but they have been consistently poor Widdy. I'm just going to ignore what I was going to say.
What did you do?
Off the map. Unfortunate.
Anarchy Rainbow, they're good at fighting. Parkour, it's not it yet. There's still some progress to do on both staying on the map front.
Def really putting in a shift here with the machine though. All credit
Yeah.
to them. They were able to get a
Ooh.
trade there, able to get 2 picks there, so they're able to give their team, you know, more map control, more dominance here, and they're able to push. Are they able to get more points on the boards here?
Yeah, Anarchy Rainbow, they don't need to push forward, but right now they're just eyeing, waiting for the opportunity. They want that KO, they want more points. And that Rainmaker is waiting for the way in. The rest of the Rainbows are
Being
going
very patient here with the Rainmaker. They get taken
Too
out
patient.
though.
Yeah, a bit
Ah.
too patient, I think.
But
Oh!
to be honest, there's a minute left, and as long as Anarchy Rainbow keep that Rainmaker here
Oh yeah,
in the enemy zone, then it doesn't matter because
oh yeah.
Inkazuma have so much, you know, they have to make so many moves. They are, you know, the odds are against them right now. So as long as Anarchy Rainbow keep up this pressure,
I mean, the Rainmaker is back
crazy.
into mid, but it's another push for Anarchy Rainbow. 25 seconds left, and as you said, Anarchy Rainbow, they don't need to do anything. They can stay there and just wait for the clock to run out right now.
Yeah. They've played so well, so aggressive, which is what you want to see on Rainmaker, don't you?
Whoa!
Are they going to
Wait.
get the knockout in the last
Oh.
seconds? They do. They secure that victory.
That's what a game. Anarchy Rainbow staying in control of that whole
The
game.
whole game. The whole game. Look at the map. There is no blue ink further than mid. That shows you the dominance that Anarchy Rainbow just had. That whole game.
Yeah, Inkazuma 11 were defending their base well, but that's all they were doing. They were never able to really get any momentum with the Tacticular plus Beacon advantage on such a wide map. Anarchy Rainbow were not really able to get any momentum forward, to take any ground, even when like they were struggling just to get into mid.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, it's the beacons, it's the tactical, meaning that if one of the teammates on Anarchy Rainbow go down, they're back up within seconds
Yeah.
to keep that pressure up. You know, they never stopped pushing, and I think that's so important in, you know, obviously in all modes, but especially in Rainmaker, where if you you know, stop pushing for 1 minute, the enemy team can make so much ground, and you want to avoid that.
Yeah,
And Anarchy Rainbow did that.
On such a big map, the respawn advantage means if the other team has the respawn advantage on you, you need to win 2 or even 3 fights just to gain ground. Inkazuma 11 were not able to compensate for the fact that they didn't have all these respawn options, all these way back ins. That being said, we're going on a much smaller map where only one fight will be needed, and the Inkazuma 11 will have the opportunity to get the comeback on Mahi Mahi result.
This could be interesting if they want to slow down the pace of Anarchy Rainbow, because you can, on Mahi splat zones, you can force people to stop being so aggressive. So, you know, they can change the pace of the game here if they're able to get those picks and to stop Anarchy Rainbow from getting into their base. They've got a lot to play for here. They've got to come out fighting.
I think this is a map mode that favors Inkazuma's comp a bit better. Between the Wiper and the Julies, you have wide open spaces that are really going to benefit your crab tank on your hammer, that are really going to allow you to get in, to get any momentum would be good for Inkazuma right now.
You know, Jin, we should mention Inkazuma, you know, Jin played so well in that first game with the Wiper and was able to get a couple of really crucial picks that unfortunately their teammates were not able to build off of. But if they're able to do that again, you know, get those picks with the Wiper and the hammer, then potentially this could go a completely different way.
Yeah, Jin, great artist and great Wiper player as well. I didn't know that part. I only know the good artist part.
We're learning. We're always learning. Every day is a learning day. We learn they're a
Exactly.
cracked wiper player too.
But yeah, I feel like Anarchy Rainbow, they have a momentum. They cannot stop going forward. They have to keep getting these plats, to keep getting in these fights. The tactical is going to come back for sure. And we'll see more
Absolutely.
of that, and maybe we'll see that roller you were talking about.
Maybe, yeah. Although I suppose it's quite difficult on Mahi because even though it is quite open and flat, you don't have those. You know, on Manta, you've got those sharking points. It's so much more bigger, and you can hide under ledges and stuff. Mahi doesn't quite have that as much, so we'll see. We'll see. I think both teams will change up their comps a little bit, given that it's
Yep.
zones instead of Rainmaker as well.
Oh yeah. We'll see how it goes.
Double roller. That's very interesting.
Oh, and quite the change on the side of Inkazuma as well. Rinsler is bringing the custom rapid blaster.
Inkazuma have got
rapid
more
range
paint. Inkazuma have got more paint in
Yeah.
here. They've got a junior Splat Jewel is, you know, they've got the potential to take the zone, even though they have a blaster. Compared
Oh, yeah.
to the double roller comp, which is interesting to say the least.
The Big Swig is a junior in disguise. The Big Swig is a junior with a different kit.
Yes.
It paints so much.
But they are down and are ooh, not able to capitalize off that.
Yep.
We're seeing Anarchy Rainbow take the first few points.
Yeah, it's Anarchy Rainbow again trying to push forward. The water is going to drop. That's going to give Inkazuma a bit of space to prepare a push, while Anarchy has space to explain for special. We'll see how it goes. 35 remaining right now. Inkazuma still struggling to get in.
They are really struggling to get in. They need to throw bombs. They need to get their specials out ready. They need to go in as a team rather than dropping one by one here. They have got 10 seconds. It's
They need to go in.
make or break right now, but a big bubbler comes out. They're still not able to get to the zone. Crazy. Double roller comp. It works. You saw it here first.
Yeah, it really worked. I mean, having that momentum, once they had taken the control of the zone, once they had won that team fight in the middle of the zone, Anarchy Rainbow were under these ledges with 2 rollers, and then how do you push when there's 2 rollers under your ledges?
Oh, that's what you're kind of hoping your blaster can do for you, right? Because your blaster counters that. But I don't think they had the paint for the blaster.
Yeah.
Because Rainbow Anarchy was so dominant at taking all their turfs. So the blaster wasn't able to do blaster things, unfortunately. But yeah, great showing from Anarchy Rainbow there. I didn't see that happening.
Yeah, it was really. I mean, Anarchy Rainbow has shown these 2 games that they win that big fight into mid, and then they take that control and that they push, that they stay in front of mid, that they keep the opponent away. Inkazuma, they need to find a way to push onto that.
We also neglected to mention they had a Splatshot Pro on their team, and I just felt like that was so pivotal in sort of keeping Inkazuma back as well. So I think the Pro outranged all the enemies, the shot, the Julies, and so, you know, maybe Inkazuma need to think about range there to try and suppress. I don't know. It's Clan Blitz though on Umami Ruins. It's, you know, this is, you never know what you're going to see. We could see another double roller comp. We could see double splatling comps like the previous game. We don't know what we're going to see here. It's going to be fun though.
There is a lot we could see. I feel like Anarchy Rainbow have shown that they have a range in what they can play, and they still keep the same play style with whatever weapon they bring to the table, which is take control, win the fight, go forward, and not stop going. In Kazuma, I mean, it's not about what weapon they bring to the table right now. It's about finding in themselves to get that coordination, to get these specials, to push forward and force Anarchy Rainbow to move back. Because we haven't seen Anarchy Rainbow really move back. We haven't seen them have to do that yet. If Inkazuma is able to do that, they can create a momentum of their own, but they need to find it in themselves to do so.
Well, exactly. Like weapons like rollers, and they're very difficult to come back in with when you're struggling for turf and space. So if Inkazuma are able to make it so that the rollers, one or two, can't get back in, they could potentially, change everything.
Oh,
We're seeing some new weapons here.
Yeah, we see the Decavitator. I think that's the inkjet one.
Nope,
no, it's the bubble one.
They've got double bubble for Clan Blitz. They're going 2 big bubblers, which makes sense if they think they're gonna be dominant again and have constant pushes. Then 2 bubbles will just be obnoxious, right? But if they're unable to get those pushes, it can be really difficult to get in with 2 bubbles. So we'll see. But it looks like they're already taking space.
Yeah, space is taken. Anarchy Rainbow looking to do what they've been doing so far. They have a super clam at the ready, but Inkazuma is answering. The crab tank is in position, and that crab tank is forcing Anarchy Rainbow to move back. Finally, Inkazuma getting some ground, able to get forward a bit with the bumps, with the specials. They are finding their momentum.
Yeah, that crab was perfect at suppressing them, but it looks like now that they're just making their way back in. Able to get a couple of hits here. Oh, the Kraken comes out. The Kraken will definitely suppress them here.
Yeah, and that Kraken is going to deny the ball.
Yeah.
It's not done though. Anarchy Rainbow are still under the basket. They're able to save that ball, keep the push alive, and they're finally opening the basket. Anarchy Rainbow, they pretty much have no clans. That's going to be the push.
Yeah, they have no clams here, but they were able to get one push going and, get map control, which is what we've seen from this team twice now, that once they're in Kazuma's base, they're very difficult to get out of, and it seems like this is the way it's going to be from now. The team have been practically wiped out here. They need to start getting some clams and forming balls to get this lead going.
Yeah, Anarchy Rainbow not stopping. They make that super clam, super jumping in. There's a ball right on the snipe, and this time they are the clams to follow through. 6 clams left. Oh, well, they're gonna get a super clam? Okay, do they have time? Yes, they do, and that's 20 more points for Anarchy Rainbow. That being said, still not as many points as they could have.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a bit of a disconnect there where they were all fighting and nobody was picking up clams for the objective, right? Which you see often in Clan Blitz. It can be a bit chaotic at times, but it means that they don't have the biggest lead here and they have a 20-point penalty. So it's potential that Inkazuma can come back from this. But they need to start getting some picks. They need to push forward and get some map control here. The Blaster is out on their own and they're taken down, which is so... But look, another player goes down. This is it. This is the start of Anarchy Rainbow coming back and continuing their aggressive push.
Anarchy Rainbow not stopping, getting more and more, punishing everything Kazuma is doing. And getting more clams in there. Again though, they're more focused on the splats than they are on the points. The basket's going to close, but Anarchy doesn't care. They don't care about the basket, they don't care about the clams. They want to be under the spawn, farming as many kills as they can.
The Nautilus there, just taking out 2 of the players, even going down, but, just stopping them from even leaving their base. Yeah. So dominant in this match, Anarchy Rainbow. They're really not letting up. Even, they're 2 players down here, but they're not. Well, this crab could change things. Get a couple of picks of this crab and it stops them completely.
Inkazuma, all they need to do right now is find a way in. Just Anarchy Rainbow are running circles around them, making sure that there's never any momentum going, but Inkazuma can never go forward. And with that roller getting in, getting a splat, threatening to get another, and that's still more fight and
Yeah, it's crazy how dominant they've been with barely
Yeah.
any specials to force people out.
Yeah.
But they're winning the picks, they're winning the fights, and you know, at the end of the day, that is the most
Ooh.
important thing here. But I say that
Yeah.
the Kraken was able to
The
help
wipe.
with the wipe out, and we might
Jeez.
see a push here. They have got 2 balls, 3 balls.
Come
Oh my
on.
god! They have taken the lead with 15 seconds to go. This is what a comeback this is.
And it's not over.
Capitalize off that.
It's not over. Inkazuma really making Anarchy Rainbow pay for not minding the clams, for not
Absolutely.
caring about the objective. And right now, Anarchy Bay need an emergency push if they want to get in.
But it's 2v2.
Oh,
Are they going to
wait.
be able to do this? The
Oh.
roller is setting up. The
No,
roller is
it's
the
just
only
the
one
roller.
alive.
They don't have the clams. They need someone to grab the super clam. Do they have the time? No.
Wow. What a
What?
comeback from Inkazuma, taking that last game, taking it from out under their noses as well. The whole game, Anarchy Rainbow, so dominant, punishing them, but they were able to get that one wipeout and push off that. I think that's what that was missing from the first 2 games.
Yeah.
They got the complete wipeout and they were able to push and just secure the lead within 10 seconds. Fantastic comeback from Inkazuma. Well played.
Yeah, and Kazuma really getting pummeled for 3 games. And in the end, able to get up, say it's only a scratch, get in and get the game number 3. That was a crazy comeback. That was not enough though, because it's still 2-1 for Anarchy Rainbow taking this set.
They should still be so proud of the way they played there in Kazuma. In the last game especially, like you said, they went 2 games, well, 2.5 games of just, you know, taking so much damage, but able to just swing the game in their favor right at the end, right when it's so important. Amazing game.
Yeah. And amazing game and amazing you with the thank you for more donation. There's Anonymous with $50, Mitha with $50, Fishy with $100. Thank you so much. GMTR with 50 as well. There's so many great donations from you all, and it's been a privilege to watch this and cast for you.
Absolutely.
And I believe Rachel, it's time for us to say goodbye and get back in chat and watch the rest of this tournament without talking on stream.
To enjoy it like everybody else is. Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you so much for casting with me, Pat. And just to let everybody know, we've smashed 2,500 now, so
Yes.
keep donating. And yeah, thanks to everyone who's hosting this and working behind the scenes for letting me and Pat commentate. It's a pleasure, as
Yes.
always, and you're going to have such a good night the rest of the stream. So, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you all for watching us. Stay tuned. We will come with the brackets very soon and other commentators. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Feeling more pressure by the peers in the media. Better stop treating small or medium. I'm extra large, big ticket, premium. About that time you believe in me. Yeah, I'ma lay it down, grabbing that crown. Lay them dollars on the ground, gonna double up now. 65 to 4 and 3, 2, one more time. Heavy punchline about to bruise. Let it go, let it out, let it go, let it out. Take a deep breath.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Squids for Palestinian Kids number 2. I am Popgun, joined by Keegan Ranny, and we are just tickled to death to be here today, aren't we?
I am so ready to get these rounds started. I'm really hyped, man.
Well, good. That's great. Now,
Mhm.
before we get into this is a charity stream, which is more important than whatever it is that you're going to be seeing right here. So maybe I should have looked up beforehand some of that actual stream information. You know what? I'm going to do that while you're going to talk. How about that?
All right, yes. As Popgun just said,
Yeah.
this is a charity stream. If you have any money that you'd like to donate to the cause, then I believe it is !donate. That'll give you the link to the donation link. We would really appreciate any donation, as little or as much as you can. It really means a lot, and it's going to a good cause. We would really appreciate any form of donation, no matter how small it is.
It also helps if you spell the word donate correctly. The N comes before the A in the Battlefied chat, as you can see it right there. Also, it's literally pinned. Well, okay, well, how would I know that? Nobody checks pin messages, especially me. Hey,
Yeah.
while that is going on, Radiance versus Ultra Krill. Ultra Krill is your reigning beta bracket champions in the month of May, as far as Lemic is concerned. Radiance is a team who has signed up for Ludi, who claimed they were Div 5 last season. Genesis is the Vice Italian champ. And they also, it's also Low Ink Band, according to their. They also have Pro Arashi on their team, which is, I believe, not Blue Chara. Whatever different color Chara, it hasn't been represented at this point. So, two teams on paper, yeah, maybe Radiance is slightly better here, but Ultra Krill is a team that is up and coming, and I believe they have all capitalization when it comes to their name. Yes, they do. So teams that use all capital letters usually are pretty confident in themselves, usually coming into these matches feeling like they are the better team. Because otherwise, why would you use actual punctuation if you weren't?
Yeah, it seems like this confident move. Why would you bring this much attention to yourself if you're not confident in yourself? But we are moving into this first game, Rainmaker Undertow Spillway. I love the new Undertow changes. They definitely help out a lot. So I'm excited to see how this game plays out.
Okay, so I'm looking. Only one new weapon, really. The Range Blaster,
Yeah.
and the Range Blaster is going to be a lot of fun, as well.
And the battle was ended. Off
Stay
to a
on the
great
wrong
start, if you ask me.
Probably on the wrong teams.
Maybe.
Which is fine. Like, I don't understand. Sometimes, I'll be honest, sometimes there's somebody on the other team that we're playing against, and I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't be opposed to them being on my team and playing with me. Like, trading away one of my players mid-tournament. I would do that. To win, I would definitely do something like that. But obviously,
A win is a
whoever
win is
got
a win.
traded to who wasn't really in favor of playing with the
Mhm.
other team, so be it. There was... Okay, so they were on the wrong side. Apparently, Alpha and Bravo were supposed to be switched up. So
Mhm.
we'll get there. Okay, so here's what I want to see today. I want to see new weapons. I've seen enough. I've seen enough Zuka. I've seen enough
Zuka, yeah.
Pencil. I don't need to be seeing that stuff anymore. I want to see the new weapons. I want to see somebody use the new bow, even though
Yeah,
the
the
kit sucks.
wellstring. I would love to see
I-
the wellstring here.
Well, I mean, we're probably not, because these
Yeah.
teams are being boring. Except for Pro Arashi, who wants to use the new Range Blaster.
Yeah, the custom range blaster I feel like is a pretty strong pick. The range blaster, pretty strong weapon. Splat bomb and Kraken. Ooh man, that thing's can be fairly annoying here. But it looks like they're going to just be contesting for pop right here. Holding strong on both teams, not really going down anyway. You know, pretty respectable. And again, you'd love to see the custom range blaster being picked so early into the season. It's really something-
I apologize for saying that these are boring kits. Somebody's using Galugas. You can't be
Galugas.
boring with something like Galugas.
Yeah.
And of course, the edit with the soda. I'm glad that both edits are going to be cool. It just kind of comes down to what playstyle you want to be using here. You can be a little bit more aggressive with the new variant. But somebody's still going to throw soda down at some point on your team. That's just a requirement. As we see What team is this? Is this Ultra
Radiance
Krill in the teal?
I think Radiance is.
Yeah, so this is Ultra Krill that, after a minute, decided to pick up the Rainmaker and went nowhere with it. So things a bit stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty early on in the game. It's really either team's game at this point. Both teams are getting just a few picks and not really being able to push the Rainmaker very far. They're both just looking for that opportunity to pick it up. And actually, this is a really good chance for, I think, Ultra Krill to really pick up this Rainmaker and get the lead right here if they're just able to capitalize off getting more space. But both teams do go down one team.
A technical lead that they could get just going along this left side. Things have changed. We'll talk about that as they start taking the push past this pedestal on the left side. If they find a way to get up here, pretty solid defense as far as specials are put out from the side of Radiance. Bathwater, there's no way this player can be good with a name like that. Somehow forces a trade on the Rainmaker on top of it. So there you go. Maybe Bathwater is a little bit more strong than I gave it credit for.
You know, if they always tell you never to judge a book by its cover, and I feel like this is a prime example of that. Names aren't everything. It's all about the player's ability to really help their team advance and make the push that they need to get the lead right here.
And yeah, well. Okay. 2 minutes, 30 seconds gone by. Nothing's happening except for maybe attempting to get this other checkpoint, but no, this is a
Neither
kind of
team.
a nothing burger of a Rainmaker game so far. Neither team's really been able to establish control of mid. I like the idea of just taking it to the right here. Like, the checkpoint's just so close, might as well go for it. They don't clear it. But still, like, this is basically a nobody has scored anything at this point kind of game, and we've already gone by 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'd just be looking to get a Rainmaker to get it to the checkpoint at this point, because, like, both teams are holding their ground really well. So getting it past that first checkpoint is going to mean a whole bunch, especially if you're not really looking to get it all the way to the final pedestal. Considering, like, both teams pretty powerful, not really letting the other team get that far. I doubt that they're really looking for a push like that. They're just looking to get it to that checkpoint, to get themselves that lead, and hopefully hold it for the rest of the game.
Okay, so at some point though, we got to start using our specials on the offensive side of things. Like, Pro Arshi's using this Kraken right here, basically by themselves, not really trying to coordinate it with anything. So it seems like both teams are kind of struggling to use their specials with actual purpose behind them, other than just maybe we can find a way to open up the door, get some splats, and blow the door wide open right here. But 4 minutes gone by. Are they really gonna? We could potentially have this game in with nobody clearing a checkpoint at Undertow. 68-92 remain. I was gonna joke around saying this is a tie game. At the rate we're going right here, though, it could be something as trivial as just kind of sneaking as close to the pedestal as you can. That one getting shut down as Mir starts to clean things up, and holding serve onto this very fragile lead is Radiant.
Yeah, at this point, like, very few people are getting their specials at a rate that's good enough to really get very far into the game. And, like, both teams, they just keep going down and losing their specials. They're really struggling to just find that opening to give themselves the lead.
So
and with only 20 seconds left, it's going to be pretty difficult for both teams to really get past the checkpoint, considering this has almost been on 5 minutes without getting a single checkpoint down on either team.
So Ultra Krill basically just has to get to a pedestal. Well, right now they got to keep their hammer player alive, and that's not going to do it.
Yeah.
Popping it right in front. So there you go, 68-75. I think the lowest scoring game of Rainmaker I've ever seen in my life. And it's the
Definitely.
first time I've ever commentated with you, Keegan. So this is more of a reflection of you than anything, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah,
But-
no, I'm bad luck when it comes to commentary. I'll tell you that much.
Radiance getting the win. Technically winning somehow because someone had to win that game.
And sooner or later, someone was going to get the win, and it just so happened that, 68 was the number that they needed.
68-75. Basically, they had to like touch the base of the first pedestal to get the lead because Radiance at one point decided to move a little bit to the right, which got them just slightly close to it. And that's all. That's all they needed out of a 5-minute push. Again, it just came down to both teams not really coordinating their specials with each other or using them with purpose. It was just more so, oh, I got it, so let me use it. Maybe we can get like a double or something, and then we can just kind of pick up and go from there. Instead of, well, let's use this Kraken and then move behind with the Kraken and then follow it up with like a Zuka, and so like everybody's got soda in them at the same time. So maybe both teams, different mode, can calm down a little bit, get some coordination going with each other, and we're going to be going to Clam Blitz at Crab Leg Capital, and that's the first time I haven't called it Crab Leg Crapital. So kudos to me.
I think that this Crab Leg Capital really shines on Clam Blitz. And the southern modes, it kind of has these faults where it kind of brings the mode down. But Crab Leg Capital Clam Blitz, I don't know, I feel like it's a pretty strong map, and but at the same time, these teams both seem pretty hyper-focused on just their defense, not letting the other team get the points instead of the offense that they need to, which is really important in Clam Blitz. You really got to coordinate a push to really be able to win the game here. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of a game-changing mindset right here, actually forward-thinking and just really getting into the mindset of, okay, we gotta formulate this push, otherwise we aren't gonna get us anywhere.
And this is a best of 3 single elimination. So Ultra Krill has to win this one, or else their tournament hopes are going down the bathtub, I guess you could say, with the rest of the bathwater right here. And bathwater has the tent on their little tag right there, and this is well, I was about to say, if there's any map you would like to use tent on, this would be it. But if there's any map you would also like to use pencil on, this would also be it. So fair enough.
But I don't know. I feel like pencil and tent are two pretty starkly different weapons. It's kind of interesting to see a tent player play a pencil. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting to see.
Bathwater switching over to this tent so they can provide some soda for their teammates, throwing it down right there as we start to see a little bit of a pushing up coming from Radiance as they're trying to force their initiative, and it gets a little bit denied right there thanks to the defense of Ultra Krill, who does a little bit of their best effort to take care of things. Okay, so look, crack and cheese, no longer a thing with Clam Blitz. You can still like have Kraken strategy, like trying to open the door, but it still seems like as players are starting to use this new blaster, some players are starting to figure out that Kraken is a thing for the first time because they don't do Crack-On Roller or the 96 Deco or the other like niche weapons that it's on. So, but it seems like the Kraken's basically being used here just to try to get some splats more so than anything.
I guess it could also be used just to move around the other team, create an opening in part of the map that they really got to push. There are some pretty strong choke points on this map that I could definitely see Kraken being very useful for opening up, regardless if they can get any splats or not. But it seems like Ultra Krill has pretty decent map control right now. If they're just able to find a few picks to get themselves in, then that is going to be huge. So I can't see them scoring right now. Yeah, and look at that, Ultra Krill with that first score of the game, only less than 2 minutes into the game, which is, I don't know, a lot better than the Rainmaker game just went. But Radiance, like, really what they need right now is just to move the enemies away from their spawn so that they can reclaim mid before Ultra Krill seemingly gets too many points like they are right now. Past 50 in the first push is really, really good. I props to them, honestly. They were able to get exactly what they needed to get that really, really strong first push all the way down to 20. That's kind of insane, if you ask me.
Radiance is having a really difficult time of breaking out of this stronghold right here. Bathwater's been having to rotate back and forth. It's the good job of coordinating, grabbing the clams right here. Are they going to try to get the KO? They're going to have to slip through unless I didn't know you can make that throw, but now they're just one throw away, and they're jumping around to this right side. Gets it in. What a heck of a play there. I believe by the edit player, able to throw one clam in from the base, jump over to somebody else, and then throw it in. The final one to the right side, 0 to 100, real quick. Ultra Krill stays in it.
That is a really insane push. You don't really see 100 to 0 pushes in Clam Blitz like that very very frequently. It takes a lot of team coordination to be able to get that many clams in so early on. They got that basket open before the 2-minute mark of the game, which is kind of crazy.
So Ultra Krill doing a good job of pushing the narrative, slowly chipping away at the lead. Like, they didn't have a bunch of power claims at the beginning of the push, but they had enough to slowly stagger them over the course of the game. And Radiance really struggled with doing anything. It looked like they didn't really have a strategy of, well, let's let them score a little bit here so that we can build up specials on our own end, go in as a teammate. Instead, it looks like they were just trying to jump in one at a time, with Bathwater trying to support them from up top, even though Bathwater was constantly being forced to move back left and right, could never really get set up. So they never really had a defense ready to go. And Ultra Krill just kind of doing a bit of a textbook push when the enemy team just could never get set up defensively. So nice bounce back. Actual offense going on right here. Nicely done.
I feel like, which team was it on defense that game?
That was Radiance, if you want to call that defense.
Yeah. I feel like what they struggled with is just speed. I feel like the only fast weapon on that team that they had was the dualies. With all Ultra Krill's paint on the map, they were just able to snowball them into being stuck in one place, which is definitely a huge problem that a lot of teams have on Crab League Capital in particular. You just get locked out into your spawn, which can be really difficult to work with, especially if you don't have those tools or the coordination to move the enemy team out of your spawn. But it looks like we are going to be moving on to Mako Mart Zones, a fan favorite map, if I am remembering correctly.
You've remembered correctly, yes. Your memory serves you right. This is a map that is actually good, and is one of the few maps you can put in a map pool without somebody complaining about it, other than the fact that they see it so often right here. Bathwater going back to the end zap, going to be dropping the pencil. So Bathwater basically on soda duty for today. And Machine, the Zuka Machine coming out from the side of Ultra Krill. Machine works out really good on this map, as does any kind of roller or arcing weapon. But so far it looks like things initially going into the favor of Radiance.
Yeah, but not by much. Both teams are keeping their players alive, strong enough to not really give the other team so much of an advantage. And it seems like, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of interesting how we're still only seeing the custom range blaster from the new season. To be fair, these players do seem pretty confident in the older weapons. But we're seeing right here that they're just, it seems like Ultra Kill is just taking the space that they need pretty rapidly from Radiance having the zone right there.
Two players going down from the side of Radiance as the lockout from Ultra Krill starting to be initiated right here. And if they could get a few more splats with this Zuka, or at least force everybody to dump along that left side. Now Genesis doesn't realize they're about to get glued from behind, and Pat takes care of that. Pro Arashi trying to survive into the zone, but their Kraken's going to be gone, and so are them in just the record amount of time. The zone's going to flip back into Ultra Krill's favor. Genesis jumping in, trying to just make some sort of hero play happen. I think that is all she wrote. Unless something crazy right here on this lockout, somebody overextends or something like that, we are going to have Ultra Krill getting the win right here and winning 2 straight, but in definitive KO faction after they forgot how to play Rainmaker in game 1.
That's a laid quad right near the end of the game. That was a real game-making play right there. Good job to both teams, but yeah, that's the set. Both teams played pretty well after they remembered, hey, you know, we actually need to do something.
That's
that
the
Rainmaker.
set.
Yeah.
That's it. And now Ultra Krill's going to go on to play the #1 seed last-minute pickup. So kudos to them and good luck in the future. But still, the reigning beta bracket champions woke up after game 1 and flexed all over Radiance in 2 straight games to win the set. Nicely done to them. Radiance, both these teams actually signed up for Ludi, so there's still more to come from both these teams in the coming weeks. But that will do it for Radiance. Good job on making alpha brackets. But now, so what's next? What's next? Other than you guys in chat typing !donate to donate for the
Yes.
for the charity there. That is actually, on that last screen, or maybe look, there's a little I don't have my phone on me, but there's a little
Are we almost at
barcode in the middle of the screen there.
3,000? I think we're almost at $3,000 donated, which is kind of huge. Thank you guys so much for donating. We're on $2,700 donated, from what I can see. And dude, that's kind of crazy to me. That's a lot of money, and it's all coming from this wonderful Splatoon community that we have here. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Love you guys. I'm doing a heart with my hands, but can't see that right now.
So I heard through the grapevine that if we get to 3,000, you were gonna sing a song on stream. Is that correct?
Not me.
Not you.
Not me.
Well, why not?
I could, you know.
Would you sing a song on stream if they got to $3,000? Like a full, like every single verse, like a full 3 minutes pop song or something. If we
Yeah,
if
I'll
we
sing
got to that
Riptide.
point, what song would you want to sing on stream?
I'll sing Riptide by Vance Joy.
Riptide by Vance Joy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a classic, you know. Everybody that has a ukulele knows how to strum those chords.
Okay. Okay. Would I join in? No, I don't. I don't believe in the power of music
No,
Unfortunately.
Okay. I see how it is.
or friendship either, for that matter. Anyways, no, we're gonna keep yapping.
Yeah, I love
good.
yapping. That's my
Yeah,
number
we're
one
here to
superpower.
commentate. We're here to
Mhm.
talk. I'm meeting my new pal Keegan Ranny.
Yeah.
Have you?
I'm
Okay,
great.
so tell me about yourself. What weapon do you play? You
What
play
weapon do I
competitively.
play? I do
Yes.
play competitively. I am moving towards being a Tentacirellabrella one trick.
Tinta Sorella. Okay.
I love that kit. It's really fun, but I do also. The first weapon that I ever 5-starred in this game was a Rapid Blaster Deco. Love that weapon to pieces. Like it's I don't know. In my humble opinion, Rapid Blaster Deco in Splatoon 3 has the most fun kit out of any weapon in any Splatoon game.
And what kit would that be?
The Rapid Blaster Deco, Splatoon 3.
Yeah. What's the kit on it?
It is Rapid Blaster with Torpedo and Inkjet.
Torp and Inkjet is
Mhm.
in your words, the most fun kit to ever exist on planet Earth, correct?
I will die on this hill.
Okay, fair enough. A lot of people like using that weapon. It is somewhat meta. So
Chat, if
there.
you disagree, please let me know, because I'd
Look,
love to hear your opinions.
fun is subjective.
Mhm.
You know, now if we want to like break it down analytically and be like, oh well, the fun factor of this is 6 points below the other thing, then maybe we could come up with a different conclusion. But you enjoy it,
Mhm.
although you just said that you are going to be using Tentacirellabrella. You're transitioning away from that, so you are leaving what you just said was the most fun kit ever invented on this planet for a different weapon.
Yes.
Okay,
That is correct.
all right.
Why do you feel like that's a weird decision to make?
Yes,
Would
Yes,
you
I
like
do.
me to explain myself?
yes.
All right, so I am a part of a competitive team, and a part of what that means is that I have to do some sort of we need to come to an agreement of what we want me to do as a part of the team. And what it seems my team wants from me is for me to play the Tentacirellabrella. It's a really strong weapon, as has been proven time and time again across the course of the lifespan of this game. But it is also a very difficult weapon to learn, which is why you see a lot of Tent players being more or less Tent one-tricks, maybe with a few pocket weapons, but more so than other weapons in the game, it is a lot more difficult to play, and so you need to kind of lean into it a lot heavier. So just competitively speaking, I feel like solidifying my ground as a Tent player is the best option for me. And I don't really mind doing that too much, because moving into Splatoon 3, I never had a main weapon. I always had a main... I always just chose main weapons based on how fun I thought the kits were. And Tentacirellabrella has an amazing kit. If you ask me, Ink Mine Trizuka, along with the shield of the Tentacirellabrella, that makes for some great game-making plays right there. And I don't know, it's worked out for me so far, and I'm having a lot of fun with it, despite the fact that I've had to more or less put Rapid Blaster Deco in the back pocket for the most part.
Well, fair enough. There, you're making the sacrifice for the right thing of the team. Now, you could also just play the card of, if you guys don't treat me right, I'm going to leave and go play Rapid Blaster somewhere else.
For sure.
So like when it comes time for you to renegotiate your contract with your team, that's definitely something that you can have in your back pocket there. New map, the hub. You played the hub.
I've played it a little bit.
Okay, thoughts? Is it something we should use competitively? Yes or no?
It's hard for me to say. I really only played it in a private battle when it first came out. But I will say that from what I've experienced, considering vertical symmetry maps in Splatoon's history, I feel like this is the best designed. It just has the most competitive viability out of pretty much any vertical symmetry map that I've seen in Splatoon. I've never really been a fan of them. I think Origin or horizontal symmetry is just a lot more competitively viable, but it has character, and I feel like that's what we need more of in Splatoon 3's maps.
Character.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the new season is what, 2-3 days old at this point. And you're telling me you've only played this once in a private battle, so fair enough. However, you do realize in the Splatoon community, we need knee-jerk reactions that are going to define everything that's brand new immediately from the jump and put labels on all these things before we even analyze what's going on.
I should.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to list off each 4 modes, and you're going to tell me yes or no as far as if it should be played or not in tournaments. Splat
For
zones.
the new map?
Yes, yeah, for hub. Splat zones.
Yes.
Clan Blitz.
No.
Tower Control.
No.
Rainmaker.
Yes.
Oh, Rainmaker. Okay. Fair enough. We'll put it in the Loic map pool then. We'll pencil that down. By the way, while that was going on, oh my goodness, what Sam, Lexi, somebody that's got Dat in their name, so that's usually a strong player. What two
Autism
teams?
is quite the name.
Charcoal Good, box versus Wells Rico. Is that Sigurd, like the roller Sigurd? That can't be. That's not that Sigurd. We'll find out. Okay, so Wells Rico, I recognize them because they have signed up for Ludi and we've been trying to seed them. What was that Good Charcoal team? Is that just a pickup? It has to be, because these...
Yeah.
That is a strong looking roster that they got there rolling into this tournament.
Yeah. I'm still caught up on the name MLG Autism.
Oh, it's that kid. It's Bungie, Lexi, that kid, and Sam.
Okay.
Sam from Velocity. Maybe even Super Velocity right here. Okay, so yeah, this should in the boxes are supposed to be fire emojis. Charcoal is good. Charcoal being the new toothbrush weapon that we're going to be seeing.
I love how we have 2 different types of toothbrush weapons in the game, and neither of them are a brush.
Neither of them are what?
A brush.
Oh, not like a paintbrush.
The class. Yeah, like the class.
Okay, but you don't use like a paintbrush to brush your teeth, though. Like a hairbrush.
You don't use a toothbrush as a sword, do you?
I know some people who use toothbrushes to like clean their bathtubs with. Anyways, before we get off the little bit tangent here, they're not even using the charcoal. What's
up with that?
They're using the most vanilla looking weapon pool ever, even though they got in their name hyping up
Charcoal
a weapon
good. You're gonna call yourself Charcoal Good and then play, what is that? Vanilla Stamper? Nope, I'm not having it. I'm not here for that.
They're like, no, this is Alpha Bracket, this is single elimination. We can't mess around with weapons we've just been playing a few days with. We've got to use the most, the best one that's going to help us get the wins right here. By the way, double slosher coming out from the side of Wells Rico.
Both teams seem to have a pretty standard competitive team composition here, which, I don't know, fair enough. You guys got this far. You don't want to drop right now, but I would still like to see something here. I would like to see 10 of them for Rapid Blaster. I'm not biased.
Well, so far things seem to be working out for the Charcoal Good question mark fire emoji team right here as they able to get control of the tower. Sam riding with the crab, needing to get up into that bunker area. Is that kid at least trying to do so, instead needing to force their rotation back to the left side where the defense is coming from Rico, and that is a fall off not working out into the favor as Sam survives that jump and is able to create some havoc along that right side.
If they'd taken a geometry class, maybe they would have been able to get that pick right there. But that pick on the Stamper is going to be pretty for retake right there. Stamper is definitely something. I spoke too soon. This is what I'm saying. I'm a bad coach.
Well, it all comes down to your positioning, right? For this second one, by the way, that is not the roller Sigurd, so that's a completely different person. Hello. But that kid able to control the left side, and look what they're doing with the crab up on the little like bunker wall up top there. So they got both sides defended, or at least they did for a little bit right there, and they're going to be doing it for a whole lot longer because the NZAP players just going to have to throw soda for themselves. So the positioning was really good. Get back on that tower. Thank you. Okay, the positioning was really good from Charcoal Good, and that's able how they were to eventually get across their second check.
They're also just getting so many picks on Wells Rico right here. Like, not really able to push very far past 50 at this point, but going 3 down is definitely going to hurt them a whole bunch. Wells Rico, in general, has just gone down too many players, but it looks like they're retaking pretty fast. Good on them for that. They do have a pretty fast comp, all things considered. Zap, Shot, Machine, and Bucket are all not really that slow weapons, so not too surprising, but still, good job regardless. Should be getting that pick on that shot right there. It's going to be huge, and the Stamper. Still not a Charcoal, but
good use of staggering the specials right there, throwing the Ink Strike first, just trying to create some displacement, and then you're able to pop the Zuka on top of that afterwards. Once everybody's kind of spread out right there. Lexi trying to poke the tower from this very safe spot along the right side. Isn't really going to do much damage to the tower, but it will at least slow them down long enough for somebody like Sam to jump on in there. The checkpoint does get cleared, however, for Rico, but so the lead is still into the favor of Charcoal Good.
yeah, that safe spot positioning for the pencil, and while it is safe isn't always the most, I don't know, you're not always able to get the most value out of that. I think it was overall the right play, and that pick with that Zuka right there is going to be pretty huge, especially if they're able to get something else with that crab right there, being able to take more space, which, by the way, taking space in that while in defense was really good on Charcoal Good. I got to give them props for that. It's really just new the game right now, trying to get specials and find their way in to push the enemy team back.
Well, it's the positioning that these players from Charcoal Good are really good and experienced with, knowing where they need to be. I mean, even Lexi on the defensive side of things was able to attack the tower in a way that at least slowed it down for the rest of her teammates and just not rushing them to dying, drawing fire away right there. But they're going to have to hold on to things defensively here. That is still a very yellow map into mid. That is a dead crab across the catwalk there, as we see that kid trying to flank back around and attack the tower before retreating a little bit right here as Joke trying to find a way to engage. It does get the 1v1 kill though. The problem is, can they find a way to move around this right side? There's a lot of defense coming in from the left side, and that's going to force a lot of attention that way, where everybody else is going to be attacking from mid once they spawn right back in. So what is going on over there? Okay.
That pencil positioning, it's really difficult to get that out of there. I'll tell you one thing, like that position for a pencil, you can stay there for the entire match and nobody's going to touch you. Unless they have a Zuka, of course, which, you know, knowing Splatoon 3 at the moment, you're going to see a lot of that. But otherwise, that positioning from the pencil, really, really good, and that was able to secure them the win right there. From my perspective, that's what it seemed to get them the win.
Getting the win is always nice.
A win is a win is a win.
Even if you don't use the weapon that you have in your name. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll see a little bit more of it coming up. Maybe they just like, I don't want to use Inkjet on
See, what
a
I think
map
is going to
like
happen.
that. So
I think what's going to happen is that they're going to see if they can go 2-0 and then use the charcoal once they already know they're going forward.
well,
but-
it's too late now. It's too late.
Too
We
late?
already know they're frauds.
Yeah, they
You
are
can't-
frauds.
You can't come back from this.
Mhm.
There's nothing they can do to come back from this. Like, Like you can't just save face at this point. The best thing you can do now is just win and move on, and because
nothing ever
winning
happened.
fixes everything.
Yeah, if you're a winner, that's how you're going to be seen for the rest of your life until you lose.
Exactly, and we're still in best of 3, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So best of 5 is yet to come down the road, which is honestly another reason why you shouldn't be using weapons that just came out 2 days ago, because you lose once and it's like, uh-oh, now we have to like
Gotta lock in.
automatically- yeah. So to Charcoal Goods credit, I mean, I'm sitting here making fun of them, but this is the you do have to lock in pretty much from the jump when you're playing single limb best of 3. There's zero wiggle room here. But Clam Blitz at Umami, they got a little bit of an update, right? This got fixed.
Huge update. Like the spawn region, so much better, and we're gonna see it right here as the game starts up. See it right here. It's a completely different map, kind of at this point, because the spawn region, huge changes. I love it, and we're still not seeing a charcoal.
We're not seeing any comp change at all, actually.
No.
Double Zuka coming out from the side of Rico. Still keeping that double slosher right there, trying to keep a little bit more speed as the sword instantly gets eliminated. Not the katana, mind you. Still. Well, it's Clam Blitz. And, okay, so what changed? Just the spawn on this map?
Mostly just the spawn. There are a few. That wall near mid right there is now paintable, so you're able to get up from it from the side. That's a pretty big change right there. But other than that, it's just the spawn region is a lot easier to defend on.
Well, fair enough. I mean, it's still kind of a. I mean, like there's very few good Clam Blitz maps in this game, but this was always one that you could probably get away with actually running. So little touches here and there just to make things a little bit better. And maybe we'll see that defensively coming out right now because Charcoal Good able to pop the basket right here. They got a lot of players up. They got some clams they can go back and grab, and they're going to find a way to get underneath 60. So how do they use the new map changes to their advantage? Start doing things defensively, and well, the one thing that didn't change is a Zuka right to your face.
Mm-hmm. It seems like just Charcoal Good has such a chokehold on that basket area. I don't know how Wells Rico is going to be able to get them out of there, but if they are, the game's not over until it's over. They still have a chance, and they are pushing them out of 2 down in Charcoal Good. Huge on Wells Rico part. That's 3 actually. You know what? They're moving up and taking space so quickly. Gotta give them props for that. That is exactly what they needed right now. If only they're just able to get in power clams and get into the basket. That's really what we're looking for right now, especially with that Zuka coming out and going down with the shot.
And getting the splat up on Lexi as well. That was going to be my first question. It's like, okay, now how do we get Lexi out from the defensive position of that bunker? And it turns out you just killed the pencil, and then everybody else falls down into line. Can they get lead right here? They got the clams to do so. Just one more will get them a lead, and there it is. The one thing you don't want to do, no, is you don't want to lose a lot of players on this push. So yeah, you got the lead, but now you're going to give control of mid back into Charcoal Good, basically for free, and that's going to allow the Pips to get set up. That's going to allow them to fill up their specials. Here comes the crab. Here comes the Zipcaster at the same time. Oh, you overplayed your hand a little bit, Rico, and you're going to get punished for it.
But they still got those clams in, and that's a huge clam right there, getting them the lead and going down. More players on Wells Rico's part. A few more clams being scored in here is going to secure the lead pretty strong.
They are. Oh, they got another power clam. Can they jump in and get it there? No, I think it did. It get blocked by their own soda can.
I think so.
Can it do that? I didn't even realize you could do that. But yeah, they got Joel Embiid by their own soda can. Then that would have kept the basket open maybe long enough for them to get the KO. Regardless, though, they do get the lead back, and they still are in a position to where they can get a push going because they have complete control of mid. It's not how you start pushes, it's how you finish them, even if your clam is doing it.
They still do have that clam in play, so it's really, the ball's in their court right now. I mean, they're the one with the ball, technically. But going down 2 players on both teams is pretty exciting. That wipeout is huge with that Zipcaster getting 2 of them pretty much in one fell swoop. Really impressive, and also maybe a little bit lucky if you ask me.
Well, the positioning is what it is, but you take advantage of it right now. 3 more clams is all you need to end this game and move on to the next round. That kid in a great position to do just that. Game 2 in the sweep going into the favor of Charcoal Good as they eliminate Rico in round 2.
It is playoff 3, correct?
No,
No, it's
shouldn't
not
be.
playoff 3?
No, it's a single elim.
Single
So
elim.
they're moving on with that.
Alright. I would love to see some charcoal in the charcoal team.
Well, maybe you should have streamed them in the group stage. This
Yeah,
is,
you know what? That's you got me there. I have nothing to say.
uh-huh. Well, there you go. They did it. Charcoal Good. They're moving on. So they're moving on to what round is that technically that they're in? They're in round 3, so they're still got 3 more, several more rounds to go, but they'll be moving on. Congrats to them.
Congrats to them indeed. 2 wins back to back is pretty impressive, and that knockout at the end right there, that is exactly what they need to solidify their place as pretty competent players in this tournament.
Okay, I say it before, and I'll continue to say it because it rings true even more importantly here against the higher-ish level teams that we see. You can't get wiped when you're pushing on Claimless. This is the worst thing you can do. You just get control for free to the enemy team. You give them all the specials and all the clams that they need to get the lead right back from you. Yes, it's tempting. Let me just dive bomb in there and throw one more clam in. Okay, yeah, you got the lead, but you got to realize you're about to like lose it and then some. The game was over as soon as Rico took the lead because they basically set themselves up for failure at that point.
Yeah, hyper focusing on just getting the lead, getting those clams in instead of setting themselves up for future success is really what it is. You got to be forward thinking, not just get clam in basket. And that's ultimately what came their downfall. Was able to get the lead. Good on them, but getting wiped directly after that is not a good luck for your team.
Well, what would be a good luck for anybody is to donate to the good cause right here. We have an official. If we get the 3,000, Keegan Randy has promised to do a song and a dance. Correct? You said you were going to dance to it as well. You had like a whole routine
Sure.
already mapped out.
I'd do anything to get to $3,000.
well, don't we'll see how that goes. So hit exclamation point donate, and again, this is a charity tournament that is raising money to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, and you can find more information about that. I believe if you click that link as well, it's been kind of rotating on stream here, and this is the. Obviously, this is a Splatoon tournament. That's why you're here. But the purpose of this is to help people that are really getting screwed over on planet Earth right now. It's
really what this charity tournament is to bring this wonderful Splatoon community. Might I say, I love the Splatoon community. It's been a blast so far. But getting this wonderful Splatoon community to put our efforts collectively towards some. I don't know, just something that really needs it right now.
Yes, this is a good community, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I'm new here, so.
You're new here, okay.
Yeah.
You've been to a LAN before. Have you had any thoughts of going to a LAN?
I have. I've been thinking about going to some of the big ones, but the only LAN that I've been to is New Inkland recently. That was fun.
Oh, okay. Did you meet Brush?
I did meet Brush. Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. Is he so did Brush live up to what you thought he might be in person, or did you never heard of Brush beforehand?
Well, I mean, I am in the IPL, so I've heard of Brush before. So
You've heard of Brush. Okay, fair enough.
So that's pretty. Yeah. He's very funny.
Okay, so you were did he exceed or were you disappointed in like what your expectations when you met Brush?
I try to keep my expectations reasonable. Going in there, didn't really know much about Brush, so going in there and meeting him and just having little experiences with him. Really fun guy. Great guy, and yeah, really funny.
How
good
did you enjoy the new Ink LAN experience? Was there a lot of people? Did you get you actually got to play on LAN, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay.
And
Now, did you play Tent on LAN?
oh yeah.
And what was your experience with that?
My experience was, so I went in trying to play with my college team, but only 2 of us were able to go, so we had 2 randos on our team going there. And we kind of got absolutely stomped on by the first few teams that we faced up. But fortunately, for the one game that we did have streamed, our set that we had streamed, we did really good. And my tent, I want to stay humble, but I'm just like, while trying to stay humble, oh my god, I popped off.
well, good. Go to LANs, people. Yeah,
Yes.
you talk about the Splatoon community. Like, if you actually want to meet the Splatoon community and you don't want to see like all the nonsense that's on social media, go to a LAN. You will actually see how awesome and cool everybody is in person, which is completely different from what you might expect if all you do is just look at social media stuff. Kaora Carey, with a little bit of a cheesy smile emote, is going to be playing. Oh gosh, I can't
That's a
pronounce
name.
that word.
That
Well, these players are from Europe, so this is probably, I bet you if I Google this,
it would mean something.
I believe it is a German word, which I do not know what it means, but Baumsklumpkin. And my apologies to everyone who just heard me say that word out loud. Baumsklumpkin here.
Maybe if we get to $3,000 donated, we can hear you pronounce it again.
You're gonna hear me pronounce it a lot for free. Because
Yeah, true.
we're gonna be talking about it. Blomskumskin. Okay, so Kaora Carey has currently in the lobby Storm, Harshi, Kiki, and then we don't know who Queasy is. Queasy could either be Kaora, who is on this roster, or it could be Fishy. So it could be one of those 2 players that we have absolutely no idea. And I'm only pointing this out because it would be another disservice to everybody watching this if we had somebody on stream whose name, like somebody's named, this team is named after a person. If that person isn't playing, then it is also yet again false advertisement, which I would hate to do to the audience on a second time in a row on stream.
Yeah, charcoal all over again. They better be Kaora. Kaora?
It better be.
Yeah, they better be. If they're not, then
Whoever they are, they're feeling a little bit queasy right now, and they are
They
a
are.
silent demon. So,
ooh,
There you
Barnacle and Dime, not Brian Warder. Barnacle and Dime. This rework, I am honestly a huge fan of. Being able to see it here is, I think it's going to be really, really fun.
in a straight vanilla kit coming out from, I hesitate to call them Team Bum, but that seems like the easier thing to kind of to know out right here, and that is the Nautilus with the rain they're going to be using. And on the other side, actually, everybody's literally using a vanilla weapon in this game.
There is no variance.
Like, other than the pencil, all of these games came out at the start of all these weapons came out at the start of the game.
And I'm not too surprised this PC and pencil. It's been dominating Splatoon 3 for over a year now, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, especially in Splat Zone. I mean, just 5 shots that you can just lay out across the zone. It's the Splatoon 3's equivalent of Splatoon 2's V-Jet, where I can just not play the game, build up missiles, fire them, and then continue to not play the game until I get more missiles. But you get pencils into the right spot right here, you can start mowing some players down, and especially when you overextend, which it looks like Blumpkin did right there, you're allowed to start pushing.
They give themselves a really good opportunity, and it seems like, I don't know, they just overdid it, and that kind of came around to bite them in the butt. And now it is Kaora Carey. That is their time to have the.
This is a commentator's dream to be commentating these 2 team names as we got going on right here. Okay, Team Carey in control of the zone, flipping it back into their favor.
Yeah, it's a really close game. They both have very little penalty and very close in points, but it seems like Carey is going to be pushing Team Bum. No, I don't call it that.
That works. No, that works.
Back into their spawn and go down 3 players, which is kind of huge for Team Carry if they're just able to hold that zone and not overextend like Bum did earlier in the game. This could be a knockout if they play their cards right.
And now it just comes down to, okay, well, no.
Zuka.
I was going to say, do they take advantage of the new spot coming in on the left? But nope, Zuka RNG worked out, push is dead, and they're still going to be into the game. That's the beauty of it. It's like, all right, I got a Zuka, maybe this can work out. Catch Storm a little bit off guard, blast a player that's kind of in point-blank range. You're not going to dodge that shot most of the time. So, Bum able to stay into this one, at least for now. All their penalty points are gone. Past the halfway mark. They do have some ink strikes ready to go, along with the Zuka that is the side of Team Carry, as they're trying to attack the zone right here and not able to paint it back into their favor, as Queasy trying to move around that left side of the map, doing a good job of drawing a lot of fire away from... Are they going to get that double? A 2v1, and they didn't have the high ground Anakin. They still found a way to win it. That has to be Kaori, because they did carry, at least in that moment.
They did carry, yeah. Queasy carry. Maybe if it's not Kaora right there, maybe it's the Queasy carry.
Queasy carry.
Their mechanics just... And I guess they're playing 52 Gal. That is a pretty solid 2-shot weapon right there. Going down right there. A bit of overextending right there. But they were able to get that little double right there in such an unfavorable position. That really goes to show you how powerful that weapon can be in the right hands.
Minute 30 left to go here. A lot of penalty points on both sides, as it was a pretty decent back and forth. Again, this could have been a KO into the favor of Team Carry, had it not been for the nice Zuka play coming out from the splatter shot on the side of Bum. But now we got another lockout situation, and again, the new thing is that little area on the left side of the map. The problem is, if you drop down there, which it looks like the Gal's trying to do and is going to do right now, Kiki, who was in a position to try to deal with it, could have just like rained down, because there's no way to really retreat from that. And look at this, the flank actually working out, as the Gal's able to take care of 2 players and now start to create a little bit of a lockout of their own, pushing these players back. Queasy gets a trip back to their spot as well. That's going to slow down this counter push. This is looking really good for Bum.
Yeah, they do have strikes right here, but they might want to hold off on using those until they have another special, like that Zuka, to capitalize off of it. And this could be them retaking zone right here. They're just able to push forward a little bit, but going down 1 player, and with the painting power on Bum's side, it's not... I don't know, it's really stally right here. But the wipeout from Carry is going to be huge with only 15 seconds left. This might be game.
And now you're kind of forced to run in, and this is something that can be taken advantage of if your team carries. Storm going to be working along that left side, takes care of 1 players, and yeah, it's really hard when you're against the time limit to figure things out. You basically just have to feed in at some point, and it got punished there by Team Carry. So whoever had the zone at the end was the team that was going to be the one that got the dub, and Team Kaori Carry, with Queasy leading the way, is able to take care of business.
That new emote is kind of throwing me off.
A little like roll your boat kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is this. So our son is old enough now to where he can watch YouTube, and be entertained by it. So there's this person named Miss Rachel, and I don't think anybody in audience would understand who this person is, but they have like a gazillion billion views on YouTube because they make like baby videos. The one video we've watched maybe twice a day for the past several months starts off with the wheels on the bus go round, and you have to, like, she wants you to do that little emote that we just saw so that the bus will come out. So I'm sitting there doing that so that
it's a little ode
to
you, Popgun.
Say what?
It's a little ode to you. They knew about this, and they wanted to show their respect to you by putting it into the game.
Exactly.
This is your influence on the game right now. Are you
Oh,
proud?
please. If my influence was anything on this game, and that was the emote that came out on it, then so be it. But congrats to Kiki for summoning the bus, and all aboard, because they're trying to drive the bus to the museum. We're still in best of 3 category, by the way, which is probably why we're still seeing all these vanilla weapons coming out here.
Yeah.
Did we just get a huge donation? Is that what I'm seeing in chat? We can look into it. By the way, there goes the vanilla streak, because we have the foil squeezer with the chicken bomb in the screen. So Screen's making its first appearance on screen. And by the way, that is a very early aggressive flank. It's not uncommon for somebody to drop along that right side, but just to drop there and just beeline for the enemy base, and it's working.
Yeah. Oh, massive
Oh, it worked so
disconnect.
hard it knocked their internet out.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
It exploded the router.
Blank too good. Blank a little too good. Yeesh.
I can only
Okay.
imagine what's going on in comms right now.
Okay, so let's. I need to find this information. Did we just get a $1,337 donation?
It looks like we.
What in the world? Who donated that?
Who wants me to sing?
Oh, you
that badly.
you do gotta sing now.
I do
we
gotta
promised
sing that. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Now, okay, not only, so we do have a $1,337 donation that kicks up the prize, or not the prize, the donation total from $2,700 to $4,000. Who did that? Where did that come from? Penguin. Okay. Could somebody type that out in our little hidden chat here so that we can give some acknowledgement to this person? Maybe that's why the DC happened. Like a major prize pool came out.
Stop the tournament. This needs to be acknowledged.
So Penguin, Painguin, donated $1,337 and left a comment of "Big man based." Big man based. Wow.
I mean, Big Man is in a watermelon for the new Splatfest, right?
That's pretty based. Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say
that's
so.
pretty basic. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Penguin. Over here being, you're the goat.
Yes. I think we should make these teams change their weapons to whatever Penguin decides they should be playing. I feel like
Yeah.
that's only fair.
And Penguin, if you do decide to give us team comp recommendations,
Also,
please make it content.
you have to update the little graphic on the stream because the goal says 3,000, but it's
And we're
like
at 4,000.
well over. Yeah, so like that blue bar should be like way past, like it should be blocking other text because it's gone so far, like over the goal limit right there.
Mhm.
That is incredible. So there
That
we go.
is a huge donation. If I had that money, I'd be spending it here too.
And you know what? The other player isn't joining in. So
we're just gonna be sitting here for a while.
we're just sitting here, which is fine. Like this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
this is what it's all about. And thank you. Look, obviously huge shout out to Penguin for that huge donation, but thank you to everybody in general who's donated anything. Like it's
Mhm.
it's the little chipping away towards the goal. Every little bit counts. Every little bit helps. It's all about the community effort right there. And so even if your donation is big or small
We
or
appreciate
whatever, thank you.
It's like I said earlier, not everybody has all the means to donate over $1,000 to this charity, but literally any little donation, we really appreciate it, and it goes a long way, and just shows your support to, like, not just like the community, but also Palestine. Like, it really does go a long way, and we really appreciate it.
We do have an update for the match that was on stream. Kiki's internet has officially exploded, according to one of their teammates. So Fishy, they had five players on the roster. Fishy is now subbing in, so that can confirm that Kaori is in fact Queasy.
We see.
So the carry has been correct.
Mhm.
It is a Queasy carry, and it has been working out. Now, Kiki was using the foil squeezer with the screen, so you are allowed to change your weapons. By the way, this is a pencil and edit, which seems to work out because that new edit is going to be a very aggressive weapon that you can kind of use. Like, it's not a traditional anchor. So, like, this pencil edit thing would be like an crazy, like just the concept of a splatling and a charger other than a Nautilus being on the same team together before would be like a crazy concept. But this, the new edit is just kind of built to be like that, so it's not that. It could be more the norm going forward.
Also, you love to see the new weapons being played so late into the tournament. It is great that it is a strong weapon with Splat Bomb and Crab Tank. I can see this thing going real far, especially alongside Pencil, which I can only expect to see more and more of as time goes on.
Going to have to be an aggressive splat lane. Taking an aggressive position in mid is fishy. Coming into the game, using that edit, using that crab to get control of things in the mid. Queasy trying to get a little bit of an attack going on the right side right here, but Bum able to sniff it out, and 2 players getting eliminated. So that means mid is going to start turning into the Bum's orangish macaroni flavor. I need to stop talking because things
not
just happen.
quite in their favor anymore. That right flank coming from Carey was huge, and they got the knockout, and going all the way down to 57 on the clam basket. That's a really good knockout right there. That is exactly what they needed. Unfortunately, they're not able to hold it for too long. Get the clams in and back up. As you said, you don't want to get knocked, right? You want to be able to at least a little bit.
Yeah, you want to win. I think if you play this game, you would want to find a way to win it. Well, Queasy doing a good job of that. Popping the basket, getting the points in there. Still controlling mid. Getting a lot of picks right there. And here's what so they got all this range now. Like they got the pure anchor and the pencil, and then like the semi-anchor, like very flexy, heavy edit that can be used for all these things. But still, they have a ton of range. And other than like the Zuka, it's just the Nautilus that can try to like kind of close the gap with them a little bit. So it is if anything, this is a concept that Bum has never really faced before, because you would never use a comp like this before.
They are doing pretty well for themselves, though. Like they are able to move pretty quickly to be able to take care of that pencil and edit when they have the opportunity. Like right here, they're pretty backed up, but going 2 down is certainly 3 down, mind you. She's certainly not going to help them very much, and it seems like Carey is just going to take that all of the space that Bum just worked so hard for. And considering they have both a pencil and an edit, I can only imagine that they're able to hold that space really well and go another wipeout.
It's really easy to hold space when everybody's at their own spawn on the other side. So all the floodgates are open, the clams are being thrown in left and right, and more are being picked up. Are they going to find a way to hold this position? Storm gets eliminated, and we can't really see much. There we go. Queasy trying to get a little bit of space holding down right there. But again, they're ending the push with more players left alive than what they started with. So they can keep this push going right here. This is, I don't really see a path to victory for Bum right here unless they can just find ways to get more splats. But even then, finally, your Nautilus is able to win a fight against the splat lane, but that means the pencil is still alive. That's still outranges you.
Yeah, with the pencil and the gal being on the team, the pencil's able to hold the ground far back, and then the gal's just able to be all up in their face. And with that splash ball, good luck getting that out of there. And you still got that pencil to deal with. It's a very, very strong team composition that they're pulling off really well. Getting another 2 picks on Team Bum's Slumping. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
We might not be pronouncing their name much longer, because this is a best of 3. They already lost game 1, and they're about 30 seconds away, unless something happens right here. But they don't have a clamp, so they can't jump over here anyway. So yeah, there was like nothing that was going to be accomplished by that.
I guess they're just hoping for the best with that really risky move.
Hey guys, I found the spot, but we don't have even a single clam, much less a power one. Also, they're kind of murdering us at our own spawn.
Yeah. With 10 seconds left, 2 players down. Such a
there's not even going to be an overtime.
Yeah, they don't have the clam to bring it to, and they scored again. Carey's rubbing it in their face at this point. They did not need to score that.
Somewhere in a place without Wi-Fi, Kiki is cheering proudly for their team to come out and get the win. with a much vastly different comp than what they were using before the disconnect happened, and able to take care of business, and they're moving on in the tournament.
Congrats to them. They did really well right there. And their name lived up to what they were advertising. They did have a teammate named Kaora, unlike the Charcoal Good.
Yeah, but they used an alias, so it made it confusing initially until it wasn't.
Yeah.
So it ended up working out right there.
At least it was not false advertising. Seeing
Well,
this
there we go.
replay right here, that is a huge push right there.
So that takes us to what? That was alpha bracket that we're going here, and that is the end. That was round 3 that we just saw. So that's going to lead us into 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is quarterfinals coming up next, and that's going to be a best of 5, semifinals, and then the finals on top of that. So we got 3 more rounds of action to go. Number 1 seed Moonlight still strolling into this tournament. You might see them a little bit later, and that's going to do it for us, right? We're out here.
So.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for Hollow and the everybody else behind the scenes for having me on.
Yeah.
And for having you on as well. Did you have fun?
I had a really good time. These matches were really fun to watch, especially that first one with that really stally Rainmaker game. That was a sight to behold.
Yes.
But again, thank you to everybody that's hosting the Squids for Palestinian Kids charity tournament stream. It's been really fun being on here, and just thank you. Really good time.
And keep donating. The new goal has been set for 5,000. Let's try to reach that goal. Congratulations. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Regardless of what new goals are hit or met, this is already a fantastic. That's already a lot of money being raised.
I'll find a way to get Riptide to y'all.
For a very good cause. And yes, we'll fake promotions that we came up with on the spot. That'll be up to you to figure out. Not me. All right, we're going to sign off. We're going to take a little bit of break. We have 2 more casters coming in. Retro and Nito are going to be taking you home from that. Until then, we'll see you guys back here in a handful of minutes for the epic conclusion of Squids for Palestinian Kids #2.
Been good. See you guys.
And welcome back to the Squids for Palestinian Kids 2 tournament. I need to make sure it's I need to make sure to mention the fact that it's number 2 because I'm still looking at results from the previous one, and then if I look at the one from the last time, I'm gonna think that Starburst is still in this bracket. But you know what? Let's move on from that because clearly we're here to see two other teams that are in this bracket. Last minute pickup in Battle Schultz. I'm Nito, and I'm going to be joined by Retro, who is on this other side of this imaginary commentator booth.
Hello, everyone, and like Nito said, welcome back. We do have two incredible teams in front of us in quarterfinals, I believe. Yeah. Do you have any Yeah. Okay. Do you have any thoughts or background information on either of these teams?
I see the IEPS name, and I think that's a name I've been seeing for a long, long time, because I remember getting back into competitive Splatoon back in 2021, and that was about the time I started learning about these newer teams and newer players. IEPS, I think, has been in this high-level scene for quite a while. One of Ireland's finest Splatoon players. I think you're going to see a lot from them here.
I see, very interesting, and it does look like our first map is Hagelfish Tower, which is an interesting pick as well, just general map geometry. What kind of weapon picks are you expecting from these teams?
Well, I do want to see more of the new Reddit, or I call it the Reddit. Oh, jeez. See, that's where we need to start coming up with a naming convention for new weapons, because someone in the Aquatic Vanguard server called it the Reddit, and I can't stop thinking about the website, so we really got to come up with new names. But we'll dive more into naming conventions after this match, because we've got game one ready for y'all. It's going to be Tower Control on Hagelfish Market, getting ready to start off quarterfinals. Here we got both teams coming out. I think that's gonna be IPS with the Sniper Rider. That's what you'd expect. They're one of the I believe one of the support free agent right now. I want to say free agent, but I don't know. Free agency projects pickups don't mean much nowadays. But we've seen it going around the outside with the new geez, now I'm already forgetting the names. The big stick that we can wave and it will hit something eventually. The Decapitator is what I'm thinking about. But that's gonna be a last minute pickup with the first push towards checkpoint 1.
Shell is trying to move in with that mint, popping their bubble, unfortunately getting cancelled by the Zuka. Last minute pickup is making a strong push here. Strikes come out on both sides. They're over there trying to make a bigger push into their plot, unfortunately getting picked off. Shell making their way right back into mid.
Making their way back in the mid, and you see this sort of promptness, this sort of urgency, this sense of urgency you're going to see from both teams here. One of my favorite things about Hagelfish Market is that it's just so flat. And normally this is a bad thing. That makes Splatoon maps, in my opinion, a little less fun to play. But with Hagelfish, that means it is a straight line towards the other side. That makes things a lot faster, a lot quicker, and a lot more fun. Because now you're always on your feet. And I think with these specials that Battle Schultz has, it's going to work well into their favor. You're going to see that tactical start to come out. You're going to start to see a big boomstick, as I'm going to now start to call it, because I think Decapitator we can do better with the names. But the boomstick is going to work out pretty well for them. They get into the lead. They get closer and closer to checkpoint 2 until Kira with the 52 gal goes around and gets 2.
That sense of urgency really did work out for them, as Boat now has a decently strong lead. Last minute pickup really has to get back in there pretty soon, but Pencil getting pressured by their decav, just not letting up. Major hitbox, pressuring the enemy team with that zap. Amazing teamwork. However, the zap gets picked off by the gal.
And Gal Kira doing a lot of work for last minute pickup, making sure they are still within striking distance. A great job so far. Diamond is applying some sloshing power and some splat bombs as well. Sloshing power is a term that I just came up with, so go ahead and stick with me on that as we stick to last minute pickups push here as they get past, actually almost get past checkpoint 2, but they They're pretty close to doing so. Our Battleship's only got one player on their team to back it up until we get everyone else respawning. But they're slowing down the push. They've got Kira almost down. That's going to be enough. That's going to be enough to stop this push, and it's Trax 22 remaining for last minute pickup as Battleship has an opportunity to get things up and running once again with 2 minutes left on the clock.
You go down on the side of Battleship. Last minute pickup is just immediately getting right back in there, trying to successfully bring back their push that died earlier. The decaf tries to get a few early picks, but unfortunately goes down. That ZNF just keeping a little bit of pressure on the glass, getting an insane pick on the pencil, which is pretty crucial. Now they have a lot less paint.
I like how Kira's positioned in this game because it seems like the rest of this team knows how dangerous Kira could be, so they're just going to say, go ahead, move up, we won't stop you, we know how dangerous you could be. It's almost the same positioning I would expect Diamond to take, and Diamond, speaking of which, was a double with the Splat Bomb, but it's always the sort of positioning I would expect Diamond to take with how they're so close up to the ledge. Again, they know that that Kira can be dangerous with that 52. And you see them already getting a pick while the camera was not on them, but Lucina trying to defend with the Decapitator goes down 1 minute to go. It looks like, for now, it is last minute pickups game to lose.
Just further strengthening their push. That pencil is not going anywhere, staying on that tower for as long as possible. Unfortunately ends up going down. 2 go down on the side of last minute pickup with 9 left on the counter. 3 go down. Battleship has a chance now. There's still 1 more left in mid, just trying to shark underneath that glass and get a few teammates back in to take those fights with.
Battleship has one more opportunity, but Diamond's slowing them down tremendously. 3 people there needed to take out Diamond. You're going to start moving on, but they need to watch out for Kira as well. 10 seconds left on the clock. They need to get this. You need to get somebody on the tower, but it looks like it's going to prove to be very difficult there. Can this Trizuka do anything about it? They're going to need to watch out for that flank. That's going to be Diamond. That goes down as well, but it's all too late. They're surrounded in blue. Last minute pickup is going to take game 1.
At the end there, last minute pickup wasn't afraid to make and just continue making those aggressive plays to just stall them out. They had a lot more flexibility, obviously, with such a big lead, and Battleship just couldn't handle it at the end there. The Zuka coming out, like, just all the specials, like, the flanks from Diamond and Kara, like, just amazing teamwork all around.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about teamwork. This is one thing I notice a lot from higher level teams and higher level pickups even, especially ones of the last minute variety apparently, but it's what I see from these high level teams is that sometimes they just know how each other works so well. They know how each other play and how confident they are and that they can take these 1v1s. This is something I'm noticing from Kira and Diamond and last minute pickup as a whole. You can just send them into the front lines, you can send them into enemy lines, they'll come out with a pick or two, and I think last minute pickup knows that very well, using it to their advantage here. Battleship still finding a response here, but it is game 1, and most importantly, this is a best of 5, so they're gonna get a few more opportunities to kind of warm up, stretch their legs, see what's going on, and maybe we'll find a response within or later in the set.
Well, it is counter picks, so they do have the ball in their court at this point. It's gonna be interesting to see what they choose to go with here. Do you have any ideas on what they might go for?
I mean, with it, I'm going to. No, you know what? No, it's too early. Can I say tower controlling Blood? That seems like a cop out, just because it's so common to see. But I think, I don't know, if I'm Battleship, it's kind of tough. You got 2 players on the other team that you're looking at and thinking, yeah, they're a little tough right now. So I'm thinking, I don't know, if you want to keep them close quarters and maybe avoid ledges, I would say stay away from a short range map. And then I see Makomar. Okay, you know what? Battleship. What are you cooking here? What are we about to see? Clearly, you know something that I don't.
Expect the unexpected, I guess.
Which, I mean, you're in the game, so obviously you do know more than I don't.
It's gonna be interesting to see like Diamond with that slosher, especially on Maker My Zones. If it gets brought out again, just especially with like all the ledges, the stacks, like being major key points, like all that fun stuff.
And yeah, you know what? That is noteworthy. Is that this is Splat Zone, so clearly, I think Battle Shoal, they did pretty well on the defensive side of things, especially throughout the first half of the matchup because of how well they were able to keep last minute pickup at bay. So maybe they're trying to build on that with a Splat Zones mode, or with Splat Zones, making sure if we have the capability to do this, at least Splat Zones is going to be the mode in which we can probably take a game back. And you know what? Fair enough. Maybe I do see what you're cooking here.
They're definitely gonna have to work really hard, but I agree. They had a lot of very strong defense, which we're going to see now in game 2.
Game 2, we see, I think that's going to be a similar build, or similar comp from last minute pickup, which, you know what? And then we see someone's gone. That was very quick. So, you know what? Did so well, in fact, that we lost a player right at the beginning. But good news is that you've got DC Reels on your side, so we'll just we'll get things going very quickly here. Unless someone scored more than 50 points within 2 seconds. The instant replays here, so if anyone did, I guess we'll see. Yeah, no. It was close though. It was a close match.
Very close, very close. Lots of interesting picks. Just very similar let out from last minute pickup, and then I saw Bamboo on the side of Battle Shoal, I believe, which was definitely an interesting pick. I'm intrigued to see where that goes, because Fizzy Bomb and Chumps, if I remember correctly, that's an intriguing combo.
I mean, I can still also see how that's going to work, because if you're Battle Shoal, you're looking at Karen Diamond and you want to shut down any opportunities they have for a flank. Now, Bamboo at least provides you a mobile anchor type weapon to work with, and the Chumps give you paint and make it so that they don't have as many opportunities to slow down, because now you have something. Oh, so you have both paint and you have both Chumps, which, I mean, worse, they're just gonna start focusing on Chumps and finding a way through. But I can see how this is gonna work. I do want to see how this plays out. Hopefully without the pickup, the disconnect. We can't go without a pickup. They're one of the teams here. I'm gonna write a lot of stuff down because I don't know. I keep this. What I started doing is that when I do any sort of commentary, I keep this journal with me. Now I have to start writing notes. So I'm worried that at some point I look up and then immediately the game started, because it has happened to me before, but I'm getting better at it, I think.
You think? Okay.
It's probably not the best thing to admit during quarterfinals, but you know what? I think, audience, you can trust in me. Don't worry, I still got this in the bag.
I trust.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, who doesn't? Exactly.
I don't know. I think. What were you gonna say? Sorry, I'm
Nothing.
kind of
I was
mumbling.
just Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what to say.
I mean, it's understandable. Still waiting for both teams to ready up, and I believe they are. But one thing I was surprised to hear is that, actually, one thing I'm hearing, at least in the not the depths, but the surface level competitive Splatoon Twitter, is that Lemuria and Hub is getting both good and bad reviews. It seems like every once in a while you'll get a detailed Yelp review, and then every once in a while it's just bad. I haven't played on it, I will say. I have not played on it.
Well, there are definitely some good takes on it, like what went wrong per se and what they did right. I feel like it's definitely a big adjustment compared to like all the other maps, so I can see why people don't really like it. But I have a feeling it will probably grow on people whether they like it or not. But it does look like we are getting into game 2 finally.
There we go. We've got stuff going. We've got things going for you. It's gonna be Battle Schult in the blue and last minute pickup in the orange. Same comps, obviously, but what we see from both scenes, and I know you mentioned the Fizzy's Chomps, which is a very fun kid actually. I think I might have to pick up Bamboo at this rate, but I think it's Battle Schult getting the first. That's going to be Battle Schult getting the first capture of the game. Lucina, I believe they've chosen because, or actually maybe they've chosen Makomar because they knew they're going to bring out this blaster on side of Lucina. So I like the. I'm starting to like this pick a little bit more. Maybe they're starting to like it more too because they've already gone up to 60 points remaining. Still holding down the fort strong, but it looks like last minute pickup might be in position here to make a play. That's already one pick down from Lucina. Might be another. That's 3 down for Battle Schult.
However, Battle Schult is not letting up still, just that Bamboo keeping hold of the stacks, applying fizzy pressure, like letting the chip damage really sink in and letting Lucina get in there with that blaster and just cause a ruckus.
And there's no way this ends up 0 to KO, does it? There's no way. Okay, it is gonna end to 0 to KO. Alrighty, that is a huge change from what we saw in game 1. Okay, wow, let's I don't even know what to write down here. Battle Schult, good. That's good.
Immediately from the start, there was just amplified aggression from Battle Schult. Like, that blaster just immediately going in, the Unzap just going in to assist them as well. The fizzy pressure and chip damage from Bamboo comboing really well with the blaster pick in general, and just Zuka support from the shot. Like, they had lots of key areas on lock, and there was no getting them out of there, no matter how many of them went down.
Yeah, I mean, goodness, you see, during the replay, that was 2 players right on the bottom right quarter of the screen there. There is no place for them to move. I mean, you're looking down, you see Lucina with the charger, you see 2 other players, they're all waiting for you to drop, and in a map like Mako Mart, where you have all these ledges to work with, I mean, that is the dream scenario for any team running Blaster, Slosher, whatever. That's what you want to see. And who knows? I want to see how last minute pickup responds to this. Maybe they go crazy and say, maybe we look at something without ledges. I'm not sure. There's a lot to think about here from last minute pickup. Because he just got 0 to KO'd all of a sudden. It's like, oh, they can do that. Well, back to the drawing board.
But there are a lot of differences between Haggle Tower and Mako Mart zones. Like, Mako Mart has like a decent amount more like ledges, but also Hagglefish has a lot more choke points. So it's interesting to see like how each team like functions on different geometry and all that. So I think we're maybe gonna see something like Barnacle or never mind, Scorch. I am so wrong today. Okay. Scorch Rainmaker, also a very interesting pick. With like
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
No, sorry.
continue.
I'm talking. You have a point here. I might not have a point. Go ahead.
you might not have played. Just like with pencil and all that, like it could be pretty simple to get pop, but pop on this map tends to not be extremely valuable, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, and especially when you have a map as big as this one and as wide as this one, it's a similar situation to Snapper Canal to where if you get the pop, okay, so what? But we're gonna see how both teams respond to this pickup. I'm sure last minute pickup has something in mind, and they have completely done away with the Sniper Rider. Actually, I believe it's gonna be IPS switching that ends up. Yes, it is. And we see at that's almost all shooter. We've got a we got Slosher in there. Squids are there now minus turbo due to the new patch, and Battle Schultz sticks to their guns here. Most of their guns.
A very strong initial take on mid. There's a lot of space in Battle Schultz's favor here. The Kraken coming out just trying to further pressure last minute pickup.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they use it. Remember that I'm glad people are starting to notice that Black Kraken doesn't just have to be the bum rush special, but we're gonna start to see how well last minute pickup's able to do with this comp. I mean, usually having an all shooter comp like this makes you so mobile, makes his team so mobile, which seems to be working out very well in last minute pickup's favor, which is probably why they picked such a big map like this. They know they could mobilize very quickly once they have weapons that are so versatile here. So that's it's already working out very well in their favor. And I swear if we see another 0 to KO just like this, I'm not sure what to expect for the rest of the matchup here. Actually, maybe not, because then we got 3 players down. You know what? The stream has been safe. For now.
Amazing initial play. Like they, like you pointed out, they were able to just get that momentum going immediately, and especially with that Slosher pick, the Squeezer, they can, if they get to that choke point, they can hold their own very effectively. So it's going to be extremely hard for Battle Schultz to get back in there.
Absolutely. I mean, remember, what last minute pickup's trying to do is play to each other's strengths here, and I saw that a lot in game 1. So maybe they're trying the same thing here again, just making sure we can keep people mobile and we can keep Kira a threat, just because Diamond's not in this game. So, or at least I don't see Diamond in this game yet, but someone in chat might call me wrong, might call me out on that. But so far, so good for Battle Schultz. Currently going up to 95 remaining. That's a one ambitious push, but last minute pickup again. So quick to mobilize here, and they've just regrouped themselves very quickly here. Go, another pickup,
Yo.
and we're back down.
Unfortunately going down. 2 down on the side of last minute pickup, though. That Slosher is going to unfortunately get the pick on the shot, as 3 go down on the side of Battle Schultz. Only 1 going down on the side of last minute pickup. They do have a pretty big man advantage, and they are going to be able to get back in there extremely quick with that mobilization.
Alright, so now you got 1 player down. Actually, 2 players down now. No need for mobilization if you've already got huge picks, like huge pick numbers like that on your side. There's a double for last minute pickup, doing very well there. And another bomb actually coming in useful for last minute pickup, reducing the amount of, reducing the threats they had on the opposing side. Here comes Lucina trying to pop this Rainmaker. Actually does so with the help of some teammates here. But so far, so good for a last minute pickup. Almost a complete turnaround from game 2, which was a complete turnaround from game 1. This is what I like about Splatoon, is that no game is a complete indicator of how the rest of the set's gonna go. So what you have here is a constant set of chaos. I mean, Battle Schultz in theory should have, last minute pickup in theory should have won all 3 games by now. And here's another wipeout proving my point here, but last minute pickup in theory should have just gone crazy. But so far, Battle Schultz still holding on strong here with a minute to go.
It definitely depends a lot on these counter picks. They can be crucial, they can be game winning, or they can cost you like the entire set. They really have to be careful when thinking about how they're going to play into each other, like you mentioned earlier. And last minute pickup is just doing a really good job at that. However, both of them are actually. Battle Schultz has been putting up quite a bit of a fight. Like, even with this major lead on the side of last minute pickup, they are not, it's not down and out yet.
IPS, you are not a support player. Look at that, already pinning a few important picks here for last minute pickup, getting themselves straight into the front lines. 6 seconds left on the clock. This could be last minute pickup taking the lead unless Battle Schultz has something up their sleeves, but IPS takes the Rainmaker, seals the deal for last minute pickup with one game away from moving on to semifinals.
I want to point out, like, the first initial push on the side of last minute pickup, like, it was just extremely impressive getting those crucial picks, being able to move in that quickly and take such a strong lead so early on in the game. It, like, they knew what they were doing and they knew how to get out of it, and just, they knew that they would be able to hold that essentially. Like, just their entire team composition screams, we know what we're doing and you're not taking this lead. And I love seeing it.
It's so, I don't know, I'm so used to just being completely one-sided, or like if you see a score like 88-9 like we're seeing on this replay right here, it's so quick to assume that it's been a complete dominant set, and for a moment there it kind of did seem like so, just because last minute pickup did very well keeping it on the enemy side, or keeping a Rainmaker on the opposing side. But I mean, Battle Schult, let's not forget, this is the team that once we went to make a Mart zone, that was completely different from what we saw in game 1 and game 3. So I still want to see what they've got up their sleeve for game 4, because it's still counter picks. I have to review these counter pick rules, but actually no, they can still pick, I believe, the mode, not necessarily Splat Zones Mako Mart, but they can still pick zones, I believe, because it says map mode. I'm definitely
They do seem to be. Oh,
sorry. I'm getting fact checked here at some point, but don't worry.
Yeah, they definitely do seem to be extremely strong on zones, as we saw in that Mako Mart game. But they do opt for Sturgeon Tower instead, or Ship Tower, sorry. Which is definitely interesting, like another map with decently large chokes, like very big snowball effect as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they play around this, because last minute pickup does seem to be able to hold those choke points very effectively. So who knows?
Yeah, you mentioned choke points, and that was also a big point of game 2, which, remember, that was a complete wipe. But I don't know, Battle Schult wants to play into those, I believe. So that's what I'm going to see from Ship Shape, which, I mean, I can see it. Ship Shape is pretty similar to Mako Mart in that you still have all these ledges and all these walls to work with. Maybe they play more to Luminous Strengths. We'll see soon enough, but again, best of 5, last minute pickup currently in match point. I must say it's been pretty weird just based off of scores alone, because now last minute pickup comes off a 100 to KO. Now they win the next match. I want to see what happens in game 4. Let's just see what both teams bring to the table as we get game 4 going.
And starting off strong, we do see the return of CRB from last game, as well as double shot pencil, which is definitely interesting. There's a pencil on either side. However, last minute pickup does also have a slosher pick, which is going to be interesting playing around the stacks. But then again, Battle Schult also has a range, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's been working out pretty well this set. It's nice to keep that range, especially with Ship Shape being as, I don't even want to say small, as medium as it is. You want to keep that range blaster, because again, and you still have Kraken too, which will be great for those choke points if you want to play towards those choke points. But, I mean, so far, so good for Battle Schult. Currently in the, I believe that's Battle Schult in the yellow, last minute pickup in the purple. Sorry, I'm working on that. But, so far, so good for Battle Schult, who seems to be keeping it within arm's reach there. But our last minute pickup currently picking things back up. They've gone 2 players down, but I mean, they're still holding it strong, and that crab actually gets a pick as well.
That splash is just holding that ramp area down with that slosher coming in. Unfortunately getting picked off, but last minute pickup still has a decent decently strong position here. That's immediately getting pushed out by the Bazooka, but able to recover pretty well.
Covering pretty well is going to be a pretty important thing to here. As you see, Kara, they're proving to be somewhat dangerous with that, and then goes down to a suction bomb. Always watch your back, your front, and your sides for bombs, kids. But so far, last minute pickup holds the lead. I mean, that push was working pretty well in their favor, but now Battlesholt has two things to look forward to. They have this Kraken, which is going to start to disrupt people, and almost gets IPS there by surprise, almost gets Kara there. I'm surprised both of them stayed alive, but actually both of them are now going down to, one of them goes down to a DC. That camera does not know what it's doing, and the battle is over because we're still within DC replay rules. So we'll go ahead and get a replay very soon here.
Well, while we're waiting for that DC, we could read off donation.
That is true. I mean, so far, the biggest one since that $1,337 one, which is amazing, by the way. But so far, the biggest one has been $100 from Anonymous, bringing us to, we believe, right now, bringing us to what is currently a total of $4,386. So, lots of fun stuff to look at here. I think just a few more creative names. If you want to, actually, I want to say creative names, but then I don't know. We came up with creative pickup names, and then we come up with creative donation names.
Yeah, consistently the donations have been like mainly $10 or higher, like from Void Bits, like $50 from Zeke DMS, like amazing work. Everyone's just putting so much into this, and it's so greatly appreciated. Like $10 from Lemon 7890, thank you. Like, just everyone who's donating is doing such an amazing job, like really just helping the causes. Thank you so much.
And I do want to remind you that if you donated more than $10 to the cause, there is an art raffle currently going on in the chat. I see there's a link in there. But so far we've gonna get a rerun of Game 4 already ready. Everyone's back in. Let's get Game 4 up and running once again. Last minute pickup, I believe, got the replay there. So Battlesholt, or last minute pickup was holding the lead. Battlesholt was about to contest. Let's see how things go from here.
Pam immediately took pretty strong positioning on their stack, waiting for that crab to come out. Unfortunately, two go down on the side of Battlesholt, I believe. And last minute pickup has a pretty strong opening here. All of them getting like kind of stuck on bridge there, like in the pit, which is not a good position to be in, especially when the Zuka comes out, like all crowded together in a very narrow area. That is not where you want to be.
And I do want to get back to the game very quickly, but I do want to announce that that 5,000 goal has been reached. Thank you to Wave Prism, who apparently donated $850 to the cause. Smash that 5,000 goal. We're already at 5,346. So thank you so much to Wave Prism. Back to the game, I believe. No. I mean, there's still lots to celebrate with that donation. Again, lots of money being donated to a wonderful cause, and currently last minute pickup cruising towards that I want to say first checkpoint. Usually when I see checkpoints any closer to mid, I think it's a second checkpoint, but yeah, so far last minute pickup still holding it down.
Battlesholt has a decently strong lead from the beginning. However, last minute pickup is able to get back in there, and especially with the slosher, really pushing that pit area where a lot of Battlesholt members are dropping, getting a few pretty strong kicks. However, the T-Tech comes out and also shuts down that push for the most part, allowing Battlesholt to get right back in there. Yet again, the cooler comes out as well.
Battlesholt gets back in almost as quickly as they left out. Now they've already got 2 picks on the board. Messina gonna try to sneak up a little bit more. They have the Kraken ready. I want you to keep an eye on that because that Kraken is going to be a little. I imagine it's going to come into great use here. There comes the Kraken. See how many picks they got. I remember seeing in the first attempt at game 1, they tried to go for 2 picks. Surprisingly, could have gotten a double there, but did not. I was a little shocked by that, but so far, nobody's home for that Kraken. But, I mean, it's still working out very well in Battleshield's favor. We're currently 2 down, but might be able to get past this next checkpoint if Songor is able to hold on and does just enough to get past the checkpoint. Any next pushes now are going to be an easy cruise to the finish.
With most of them going down, they are still able to push it pretty decently far past that one last checkpoint there. Which is the really dangerous position for last minute pickup to be in because of those choke points. Like, this is a really hard lead to take, especially with that range, able to just destroy anyone on any of those ledges that you saw in Battleshield's initial push.
Oh my goodness, and now we are currently going to interrupt your current game with a quick battle ending in mid there, as we see complete chaos happen for a few seconds, but we are back to your regularly scheduled matchup as last minute pickup is going to start cruising towards that second checkpoint. They've actually going to start whittling down on their lead, probably bring themselves within striking, hopefully at least for them, bring themselves into striking distance. But so far, IPS holding down the tower, hopping on and hopping off, just knows that this could be dangerous for them, so it's going to be a bit of a battle there. They've gotten up to 26 points remaining. Remember, they still got to clear that second checkpoint, but I mean, so far, last minute pickup looks like they can be a little scary. What do you think?
I definitely agree. They're still consistently putting up pressure despite going 2 down fairly consistently as well. Now they have a Zook out as well. That range is just trying to keep that corner because that is a very strong ledge to have, especially with an AoE weapon. They're gonna have to use that crab to get that range out. Holy shit. Oh, okay. 3 go down on the side of last minute pickup. Battleshield is able to get back in there. There's one last, it's the Slosher. The Slosher goes down.
I remember that was a little scary for Battleshield there. Last minute pickup was so close to getting themselves toward that second checkpoint, but there's the GG strikes. This could be it. Battleshield has taken game 4, and that's going to be match point for both teams, which means the one and only game 5 is coming up next.
Now, like we were talking about earlier, usually when you see like matches that tend to be just a complete wash, like we've seen from both sides, you're expecting the entire set to go that way, like you pointed out. But somehow we've made it to a game 5, which just really goes to show how, you know, it's anyone's game essentially. Like, especially in a best of 5, you have so many opportunities, so many chances to just get it to that final game and, you know, do the unthinkable.
I mean, this is why I like competitive Splatoon. It's because the nature of the game itself. I mean, this is a fast-paced third-person shooter game where all you gotta do is ink the ground, and you can win just by inking the dang ground. But I mean, the nature of this game alone makes it so that no lead is safe, and I usually say that for single games. But now with sets, you see a team completely wash the other like Battleshield did in game 2. That doesn't mean much. We're gonna go to a game 5 anyway. I don't know. That's me singing my praises to competitive Splatoon, but I like the nature of it.
I agree, and it does look like our game 5, which was last minute pickups counter pick, is going to be Robo Roman Zones, which is an interesting pick, especially being as Battleshield has proved to be extremely powerful on zones in particular, like just extremely strong defense. We're gonna have to see where that takes last minute pickup and if they're able to get this game 5.
That's an interesting pick. Okay, now I'm thinking back to game 2, Battleshield picking Mako zones and thinking, okay, wow, this is gonna actually work very well for us, and it did. And now Robo Ramen, and this is from my limited comp experience playing on Robo Ramen, but Robo Ramen is just heavily stall heavy. So I wonder, could this actually work in Battle Schultz's favor? Does last minute pickup have something? Clearly, obviously, with every counter pick, it's something's in mind. And I'm almost surprised we haven't chosen TC Inkblot yet. But so far, I do want to see where this this counter pick leads us, because I think I want to see what's going on here.
I agree. I'm trying to think about, like, maybe some of the thought process behind this. Like, what's gonna come out of this? Last minute pickup tends to usually have, like, a wall weapon, like a Squeezer or Gal, if I remember correctly. And, like, just walls in particular on this map, there's, like, one main entry point to the zone. Like, and walls can be incredibly strong in this situation, but they might not even go for any. We'll have to see.
We see the comps coming out from both teams. A 96 Deco actually coming from the side of Battle Shoal, which is going to be in that hot magenta pink. So hot pink, magenta pink, basically the same thing. But green is going to be the color for last minute pickup as both teams get started here. I see that, well, yeah, I mean, Vanilla Blaster is coming out. You want to keep that bubbler in play. And 96 Deco is a pick I'm going to be a little interested in, because I want to see where they're going with that. But Kira, proving to be as dangerous as ever, coming back with the 52 Gal. Already gets one pick off the board. So far, last minute pickup holds control of zone.
Battle Shoal is making a pretty quick push right back into mid, trying to take that initial lead from last minute pickup. The Zuka comes out as well, just trying to further solidify the zone in Battle Shoal's favor. However, another Zuka comes out on the side of last minute pickup. There are just Zukas flying everywhere in this match.
Welcome to the current state of Splatoon 3. And that's not a complaint, by the way. Sometimes it's really fun, actually, watching all these Zukas fly across the map and just hoping that one guy is able to get some Twitter clip or some clip for a highlight reel. It's always fun when it happens, but so far, last minute pickup still holds control of the zone. Actually got the lead back from Battle Shoal. And I like the positioning they got here. They've got Cam. Cam was at the bottom of that screen there, almost to the right of the screen. Just making sure they're watching for any pushes, knowing that Cam had lots of reach for that. And Cam's actually in the middle. They're taking a fight with Kaden. Kaden goes down. Both players going down. This might actually be going back into last minute pickup's favor as Kira is holding down the fort at the front there. But last minute pickup regains control of the zone, is able to whittle down that lead even more. I don't know, maybe last minute pickup was cooking here. They might be seeing themselves in semifinals real soon.
It is looking like it as oh, never mind. Okay, 3 go down on the side of last minute pickup. Battle Shoal is getting right back in there, ticking down on their penalty. They only have one more point actually. And now it's just completely going down. The Zuka is staying out, just trying to hold for the perfect opportunity to maybe get a Twitter clip. Not getting a pick, but still applying a decent amount of pressure and stalling, which is exactly what they need to do at this moment.
I like the little pause there from the Trizuka. Says, you know what, I'll just take a little break. We'll see if an opportunity comes to me, just because everyone else on the side of Battle Shoal was able to hold that down pretty well. But last minute pickup gains control of the zone. And they're going to start whittling down these penalty points. But again, I still want to keep looking at this positioning here. Now they've got Cam and Heon together. I wonder if they could keep Cam behind Heon just so you can have that sort of support. I don't want to say support in the traditional sense, but something that can almost literally support anyone you've got on the front lines. But so far, last minute pickup's going to have to back up a little bit more. Cam and Kira now going to pair up for a bit of a matchup there. Cam's going to try to take on Kaden. Kaden able to take out Cam. But last minute pickup still holds control, but they're going to probably give it up very soon here as the Battle Shoal takes control yet again.
Zuka comes out in the bubble, which is a very interesting choice. As, oh, okay, 2 go down on the side of Battle Shoal, 1 goes down on the side of last minute pickup. Battleship is trying to take a lot of aggressive space as well. Just trying to keep it up. Unfortunately getting pushed out by the combination of the strikes and just man advantage going to last minute pickup.
Now last minute pickup. I actually don't well obviously with last minute pickup and how well they're doing in terms of point advantage here. You don't have to play too aggressive. I'm sorry, but Kira's gonna do it anyway. So I'm sorry for what I said. Apparently you do have to play a little bit more aggressive, but I mean when it's Kira, you can do just about whatever you want. But Battleship takes control of his own yet again. Cena currently has that bubble with them. They actually have Tactical now as well, so you're gonna expect to see a little bit more coming out from them. But Lucina goes down. There might be a few more players from Battleship going down very quickly here as last minute pickup regains control of zone. 30 seconds left on the clock.
This is looking pretty dangerous for Battleship. They do have a lot of points to chew through right now, and last minute pickup is not giving up on that zone. However, 3 go down on the side of last minute pickup. This could be Battleship's chance.
It's a game 5 overtime coming up on last minute pickup as one last minute trick up their last minute sleeves. Currently got 1 pick at least, so that could help them. They've got the Kraken to look for. Battleship has the Kraken to look forward to, but with how well that sniper is able to paint, it's still proving to be a dangerous threat for Battleship. With currently 2 players down, if they hold on just a bit longer, they can get the lead, but last minute pickup sneaks by a tri-strike. That's going to be GG's, and that's going to be last minute pickup moving to the semifinals.
Very close last game. They just needed to hold it for a few more seconds. An amazing, just game overall. Picks everywhere, like specials flying. Game 5 overtime is just always, you know, nail biting experience because it, especially with like that few, like those few last points, like all you need to do is hold it, and the pressure just, it really has an effect on you and your game performance, but they seem to handle it extremely well. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but still amazing performance from both teams.
And congratulations, last minute pickup. You have earned yourselves a semifinals match with the one and only Moonlight, currently the #1 seed in this bracket. But as for us, we're gonna go ahead and swap it over to another semifinals matchup, which is going to be the #2 seed Wash versus the #3 seed Toman. So that's gonna be a pretty interesting one. I mean, in terms of seeding alone, that's gonna be that sounds like it should be a fairly close matchup, but again, nothing is close, nothing means anything. Seeds are an abstract concept with which we have yet to fully decipher. I'm speaking a lot of stuff. Do you have any stuff to say that isn't very abstract? Maybe it's just like, I don't know, not words.
I have no words that are logical right now. I am so sorry.
We don't have any words. Unfortunately, as commentators, we have failed. I'm kidding. No, we're doing great. Well, I will say, we do have that. I believe that next matchup should be ready fairly quickly here. Yeah, we do have, again, Wash versus Taman is going to be getting ready fairly soon here. So, a short break may be in order. How are we feeling? Maybe we'll take a water break. Just call your friends, call your family, call nobody because apparently it's too late for a break. I don't stall enough. Gosh dang it! I'm kidding. No, it's fine. I've stalled too much, actually. That's the problem.
Too much stalling. No time for breaks.
But I mean, so far so good. This ship keeps cruising along, and the donation ship also keeps cruising along, I believe. Do you have any? I believe we have some. We have a lot of interesting donations in this little section here. If you want to start, if you want to tell us a little bit more about them.
I think the most. Oh, okay. I think the most recent one that I'm seeing is $100 from Shadow, which is incredible. $100 from Ray as well, 35 from Furret, 10 from Anonymous. Like, um, just so many donations. These goals are getting blown out of the water right now with 5,575 raised. The current goal is 6,000, but I have no doubts we'll get there because everyone is doing just an amazing job at helping, and wow.
I do want to point out that there's one donation from Jay Deco, who is apparently donated $19, and the message being RNG knocked out of tourney sad emoji. That's, you know what? We'll take the donation anyway. I mean, knocked out of tournaments, that happens every once in a while. Typically, when there's a tournament, teams get knocked out of it. So, you know what? That's fair. Sometimes when competition, team lose.
It does tend to go that way. That is how it works. But still, like, everyone playing, whether you made it this far or not, like, just everyone's doing great. Like, this is an amazing cause. Like, just taking time out of your day to be here in general. Like, you did good. You did good today, no matter if you placed or not or whatever.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I do want to talk about the beta bracket, or not the Bravo bracket for a second. Okay, my mind's still set on another fairly popular low-level tournament. It's slowing, guys. It's slowing. Don't tell anybody. It's slowing. No, I'm kidding. But I'm stuck on one pickup name, or two pickup names really, because I see Team 1, which is Four Swords Avenger, and I'm thinking, wow, that's the Zelda game no one talks about. And then I think it's like it's neat. It's nice to look at. And then we see on the other side, straight up, just hot single squids in your area. You know what, guys? Some of y'all's pickup names is incredible. I mean, we had a last minute pickup in the previous match. They're great in terms of competitive play. Just need to do a little bit better on the pickup names. But then we get hot single squids in your area, and I'm thinking, oh, all right, yeah, sure, why not? Anything goes.
Uh, yep, anything goes, especially with just almost no limits to your creativity. Like, there are a ton of interesting pickup and team names. Especially hot single squids in your area, like, just, okay. 10 out of 10 name, to be honest, but, like, they're also a... there's a team named Sticky Fingers. There's just a big variety, and it's always interesting to see.
I want to say my former teammate Matt from Aquatic Vanguard, who is a nerd by the way, just keep in mind, chat. But Matt from Aquatic Vanguard is on a team called some bullshit. Is it Shiest? But no, you know what? No, Discord, get over here. We're gonna ping Matt and ask how to pronounce that name because I'm currently on stream and wondering how that name's pronounced. And while we do that, we'll go ahead and get game 1 going for you of semifinals, which is going to be Washed versus Toman. See which one goes into grand finals. And all going to start here.
Interesting picks on either side. Like, I see the 10 on the side of Toman. I have a soft spot for 10, especially in Robo. It's just pretty strong. However, it does look like Wash takes the initial zone cap and manages to take a decent amount of space. Not getting pushed out of it completely yet. Getting a pretty crucial 2 picks off of Toman as well.
So far, so good for Wash 2. Doesn't look so washed right now. I mean, you've got double picks, and we got one player who's here. Speaking of creativity, we're gonna talk about some of the player names here. You want to say that Dot, using the one player with the Dot is Goss, and then we got Dashes who's gonna be Gray. I feel like I should point that out because I don't think 10 Dashes is gonna say much, but So you don't need to say much. You're already at 50 points remaining. We've already gone well past the halfway point. So, Washed, you're doing great. You got Yukari there waiting to sneak by a pick. Yep, there's the ink on the wall. Gonna try to sneak one by the Sniper Rider and possibly by the other. There's a successful flank. I mean, Washed, are you really Washed?
With like 20 points remaining, it is looking extremely dangerous for Toman. However, that Zuka comes out, manages to get a pick. Wash is pretty spread out from zone, but able to recover extremely quick. The splashdown, however, comes out, neutralizes zone with 3 points left. One goes down on either side. The zone is flipping in neutralization, and 3 go down on the side of Wash for a split second, and they still manage to get through those 3 points. So game 1 ends up going to Wash.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I saw Zenith on the zone. I'm thinking, well, that blaster isn't going to be enough, surely. It is. 3 remaining to 0 remaining. That's these, I believe, the second 0 to KO I've seen in during our commentary block. But goodness, that is one heck of a start for a team that's supposedly washed. I mean, I know I played with Zenith for a team called Ink Bashers, and that was, geez, I'm almost thinking that's 2 years ago. But you're certainly not washed if that means anything. But so far, again, so good for washed, and I yeah, not much to say. This is a 0 to KO. This is a 100 to KO. Let's just move on to game 2. And come on, it's your kind of pick.
And a very quick counter pick indeed. Umami Zones.
Oh.
Zone seems to be very popular in this set, apparently.
Huh. Well, that was quick. And I mean, they always had this. They obviously just had this in mind. I don't know if Taman, with any team, you probably expect to do some research, but Taman, that was a very quick counter pick. I do wonder, they clearly have something in mind here, some plan set up for themselves. So I don't know. I want to see what goes on. Let's see what's being cooked here.
I agree. It's definitely an interesting pick, especially seeing how last Zone's game turned out. But like we've just been seeing interesting picks from Toman in general. Like I pointed out, the tent in last game, which could be an interesting tool in Umami Zones. Actually, could have been one of the reasons why they picked it. But who knows? We'll have to see. And it looks like the game is going to be starting very soon. Oh, yep, game 2.
Okay, quick setup. Let's see what you got. We got the tent's gonna stay actually, and we actually got the custom blaster. There's a lot more space here, so I can see why this triple splashdown comes in. They keep the tent, the one weapon you mentioned. I actually want to point out that there's now a stamper on the side of Wash. Zenith's gonna be there with the stamper, so clearly they also have something in mind here. And I do like the stamper pick here, just because there's gonna be a lot of weapons on the side of Taman that are gonna keep you. That are gonna be a lot more stationary. They're a lot less movement heavy, but I do want to see how both of these comps play out.
I agree, and oh, okay, the zone is flipping back and forth very quickly, with Taman getting a pretty strong push back in and able to take a lot of space, especially with that tent shield. But, like, specifically about team composition and that stamper coming out, like, over the shot that Zenith was playing in the last game, it seems like they recognize that Taman has a tent, and while obviously that is a Zuka weapon, tent doesn't have the same kind of Zuka output as other Zuka weapons. However, they do manage to get one out right here, not getting a pick but able to pressure a decent amount. 2 going down on the side, 3 going down on the side of Wash. But Wash seems to have traded out that Zuka for a little bit more aggro, which is an interesting play indeed.
Show also goes out, making this a delayed wipe for Taman. And this is completely different from what we saw in game 1. Again, just tell this so is competitive Splatoon, but so far Taman has been holding down their zones relatively well. They've actually got the lead now, so we'll see how long they can hold on to that. But 2 players from the side of Taman go down already. So it's going to be a bit more of a challenge. Mikey in a Blaster duel. Xena's now able to clean that up for him. But again, this is a completely different because now we see a neutral battle. And now we see both teams duking it out for zone control. But Tamon is going to hold on.
And hold on, they are. You are completely right. Just using that control to get in a little bit more, like, trying to get that pick on the blaster, managing to get it with like 30 points left on the clock. This is not looking good for Wash. A very polar and striking difference compared to last game, like you mentioned earlier. However, one does go down on the side of Salmon. Wash has a very small amount of time to get back in, and it looks like they just aren't able to make it, neutralizing one zone, but unfortunately not able to fully take them back in time. So game 2 ends up going to Talmon.
Well, Tamon, whatever you had in mind when you made the counter pick, whenever you made the counter pick in, I think, I didn't count it, but it seemed like 2 seconds. But whatever you had in mind there clearly is working out pretty well for you. It seemed, I don't know, at the beginning of it, it seemed like I knew exactly what Wash was going for, and it worked out, it was working out fairly well. I mean, you have a comp that can be both, they can be very pressure heavy when it comes to holding the zone and keeping the enemy, or keeping the opposing team at bay, but Tamon, it doesn't matter, just completely reverse it. Reverse the order here. We're gonna move on to game 3 now.
And it is now Wash's counter pick, which is gonna be interesting to see where they decide to go with this. Especially like just noting how wildly different Tomon played in that last game. They do end up picking Hagglefish zones, which is definitely interesting. Given their last comp, which was very aggro heavy, like being able to hold positions very aggressively as well, like good defense, good aggression is what I'm trying to say, but I just can't get it out because I'm struggling today. But yeah, this is definitely gonna be an intriguing matchup, and knowing like Tent typically isn't the best on tower, but we'll have to see.
Well, tower on Hagglefish Market, and remember this is Wash's counter pick. So obviously, I'm thinking you bring back the blaster. I mean, Hagglefish. This is something you want to see. I think they're gonna play it to whatever comp they chose in game 2. I know I saw a Stamper, I saw a blaster there, and I saw a Snipe Rider. So they're gonna play to that. They're gonna allow that Stamper to come back. We'll bring it back, and we'll keep that Zipcaster on hand, just because we know how dangerous it could be. We keep the blaster because we know how dangerous it could be around ledges. We keep the Snipe Rider because pencils are very popular nowadays in competitive Splatoon. So I like Washed. I like what Wash is coming up with here, and I think it's again playing to what they have in their at their disposal. So we'll see what happens now that Game 3 is currently getting ready here. Oh, okay, bye, Stamper.
Oh, okay. Ranges on either side, very interesting because, like, this map in general, like, tower control, especially Hagglefish, like, this is just an amazing combo for range, so it's gonna be interesting seeing them to take it out against each other. It's interesting seeing that tent pick as well, but I can definitely understand why it comes back out. It's, like, a very strong pick, especially against, Wash and their aggro.
So at some point, me playing with the Grillers, we played against the Final Reckoning. I don't remember what tournament it was specifically, but that team brought out a double gal comp, which meant double splash wall. That's what Wash is doing here, because I see the ZF scope, I see the 52 gal. Those are both splash wall weapons. They're trying, I don't know, something about how Hagglefish is shaped and how well both of those splash walls work means that it causes a lot of slowdowns for the opposing team, but who knows how it will be affected by the nerf that just came out for splash wall for whatever reason. But I don't know, I want to see if this double splash wall comp can still work out here.
I think it definitely has its perks, especially going up. Like I'm talking a lot about the 10, but it's just like an interesting pick. It's what you're talking about. But especially just like going. Oh, that wall went straight into the water. Bye. Hello. Okay. Just going against that tent like wall does have a pretty effective way of just canceling it out, and we do see a wall 1v1. Okay. Wash taking even more of an aggressive position, just trying to get through that second checkpoint, managing to get through it. That Gal Hikari just not letting up in their base at all.
I liked what was going on at checkpoint 2 there. You have a wall, well guess what? Mine's cooler, so goodbye with you. We're gonna go to past checkpoint 2 and head towards checkpoint 3, which by the way, we're almost at, they were almost at checkpoint 3, Wash was. But so far, both Krakens now on the map. Wash was trying to get a few picks with that one. They actually could lose 2 players in the process, but they could get one off the Tamon. Tamon now currently looking at is a delayed wipe, so now they have all the map in front of them to play with until the scope comes in and says something about that. But Tamon has something to play with here. They're gonna keep using that tent, which I mean, on a map as flat as Hacklefish, it might still work on tower, but we'll see how this plays out here.
Going in, getting a pick on the 10 and just trying to get a pick on that Gal, unfortunately going down, 2 down on the side of Wash. That Tense is just fighting for their life on tower and somehow living, just the 10 working extremely hard to keep that tower safe, as well as the range, just trying to get in there at off angles, get a few chips in, maybe even a few picks.
And a few picks actually go on the side of Tamon. One player from Tamon goes down. Phoenix also goes down. This might be the end of the push for Tamon as Wash is able to hold on to that 15 remaining lead. Mikey though backing up, see if this Kraken can do anything to stop Zenith here. Zenith does back up at least, so they got that, actually get Zenith down, the rest of Tamon does, but so far, we're going back to a game at neutral here. Both teams looking to get a few picks on the board. But actually, one of them does. Look at that. That was a quick one. Goodness.
Oh, Kraken went out, almost getting that. Oh, rating out, thankfully. Wash goes 3 down, but then immediately Tamon goes 3 down. It is just a bloodbath.
What more has to be said? I mean, they're trading picks at the middle and at mid. Wash knows they can play rope-a-dope here and let Tamon get staggered themselves with all these picks because they have the lead. Tamon knows they have to have that sense of urgency. So I can see what both teams are. I can see why both teams are playing the way they are. But so far, Tamon actually gets a numbers advantage for a little bit. But they lose that one sniper rider on zone. They lose 2 players here. It's going to be very scary here for Tamon, who needs this push to hold on and hang on for the game. 2 players, 3 players down. Tamon, Phoenix, it's all up to you. Can this be the one for them to hold? Can this be the one to keep themselves in the game? It will not. Wash is now at game point, standing at 2-1.
I don't really have many words. Like, the double wall comp worked pretty effectively, actually, and just Gray with that CRV was able to just push in and get those crucial picks as well. Like, everyone all around, even, like, Zenith on Zap, if I remember correctly, was able to get, like, a few crucial picks, which is, like, absolutely amazing. Like, incredible performance from Wash, just taking that extremely strong initial lead with 15. Like, they had a lot of flexibility that whole round, and they ensured, like, that they would keep that flexibility throughout the entire round as well.
And now Tamon is back to the drawing board. They've got another counter pick to look at. I wonder if it comes out as quickly as the first one, but I will probably not, because we're still waiting on the counter pick, but I mean, so far so good for Washed. You've gotten up to match point. You've proven that even with game 2 going to Taman, you've proven that it's still going to be. This is still the set for you to win. You are one win away from doing it, and we actually got the results here. I see that it's Rainmaker, but what map? Oh, it might even just be Hagglefish, honestly. If they, well, no, yes, it is because they can still stick to Hagglefish if they wanted to, but I do wonder what they've got coming up their sleeve here. I believe it's going to be Rainmaker on Inkblot. Okay.
Tower controlling plot. Rainmaker
It-
plot would be an interesting pick for sure, but
It's a classic.
Um,
TC Inkblot's a classic.
it really is, and just like the again points of interest, like major choke points, like bats, and you really want to get up on their plat and all that. Like both teams seem to be very effective at that. Like obviously they've made it this far, they made it to semis in this entire tournament. But it's gonna be interesting to see who gets there first because at the beginning it is kind of a race essentially, and you know.
So, TC, Inkblot, what else do I have to say about it? I mean, this seems to be the counter pick of Legend, but thinking about what both teams have in mind, Taman, I don't know, they've been trying to make the tent work these last few games, and at some points it's had its moments. I know the tent, especially when he got towards the checkpoint 2, it seemed to work out better for him, but I just wonder if they're going to still try to make it work if they keep the tent. And they do, so we're gonna keep trying to make it work here. But as far as Wash goes, that's the same comp from before. Wash in the green and Taman in the purple.
Wash is like immediately taking their entire side of mid, like Gray taking left stack,
goodness.
pressuring
Oh,
and getting
goodness.
a collat behind the tent shield. That is another reason why tent is a interesting pick, especially going up against the range. Another double from the Gal, like just Toman is not in a good position here, like constant man disadvantage. The Zuka comes out, however, but the Kraken is also out, and Wash is making quick work of that second checkpoint.
Oh,
Yoshio getting an insane pick.
and that's in close. I don't want to say close quarters or point blank or anything, but that is a lot closer than you would like for comfort if you're a scope player. So getting that pick at that range, huge if you're Shell on the side of Wash. But I mean, this could be another 0 to KO as we saw a few games ago. But they're going to back off, wisely doing so. Gray is currently looking at a sea of purple, 3 players on that side. Gonna try to crack their way out of this one. Zenus is already in the middle. I mean, this Wash team is going fast, going very, very fast here. You can see Yukari trying to actually jumps out. So this, I mean, Wash at this point, you gotta consider, are they going too fast for Taman? I mean, Taman hasn't been able to catch up. They've already got to 14 remaining, and they still haven't found an adequate response to get themselves on the board.
Wash is just like not letting up at all to go down on the side of Toman yet again. Just Yukari with the Gal able to just take all that space and like their range Gray walk right in and get those insane picks, as well as their charger is like Shell getting crazy picks. However, they do lose the tower and are forced to back up a decent amount. Shell, it was kind of off screen, but getting an insane pick before going down. Toman does have a favorable hold on tower right now, forcing Gray to back up a decent amount as well. Shell trying to take those off angles with the DNF, unfortunately being forced to back out.
I want to provide a quick update on semifinals for you. Moonlight is going to be moving to the grand final matchup. So winner of this set is going to be facing Moonlight very quickly here. Seems like, for the time being, it seems like it's Wash, although Taman did provide a bit of a case for themselves for a few minutes during that halfway point. Like, so far, so good for Washed. I mean, this is, you pointed out, this is Rochelle making these crazy picks. This is Wash playing fast. This is Wash doing so well to keep Tamon at bay. I mean, they've only gone up to 97 remaining. That's more than what you could ask for in tower control.
Tomon is trying to get back in there and like get that tower at least back into mid. Yukari going insane, getting a double and just keeping that pressure up despite everything. The whale comes out as well, just not. I've said this so many times, but they are not letting up at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, look at this. I mean, you've got a Kraken. They've got 3 clicks. That's a triple for Mikey, by the way. Great stuff here. Might be another one for. There's actually delayed wipe for Tamon now. See if they can get that. If that will help get them going yet again and avoid elimination here. But a minute to go. Wash seems to be in control. They've been in control the rest of this game, and I want to see if it keeps going. I mean, so far it seems to be going very well. Yukari, gonna need to watch for Yukari. There's already making a flank. Does go down, so maybe don't have to watch for it too much. But 2 players going down on the side of Wash. Maybe Zenith makes this flank here, but I mean, I don't know. Wash has been holding on down the fort so well here.
Hermon, however, is able to get to that initial checkpoint. However, these strikes come out and force Hermon back onto that right stack. Ooh, okay. Zuka comes out along with Kraken, getting 2 picks on Wash. Just taking out the Charger as well, that's pretty crucial, especially a Charger like L. Able to get those off angles and all that. Like, the tower is never safe until the charger's gone. Tomon is pushing it into overtime, making a extremely strong push here. 1 left on the side of Tomon being the range, and unfortunately they just aren't able to push it to the winning point, and that means this set goes to Wash, which gives them a place in Grand Finals.
Congratulations, Washed. It seems like the projections went exactly as they were planned, because now Moonlight, the number 1 seed, faces the Wash, the number 2 seed, in the Grand Finals matchup, which should be coming to y'all in a few minutes. But it's not over. I do want to say it's not over for Tamon. They still have that 3rd place matchup to look forward to, which, ironically enough, is also as the bracket projected, because they're going to be going against Last Minute Pickup, who was number 4, and Tamon was number 3. But I mean, a lot has to be said about how Wash played just insanely well here. Just took a long while for Tamon to get to that 97 remaining point. So something has to be said about Wash, and something has to be said about what kind of a threat can they pose to Moonlight, a team that has been cruising their way to the Grand Finals. But so far, we're going to take a quick break while we get that Grand Finals matchup ready for y'all. We do have a few donation names that we want to, or one of us wants to read off. So, hello, if you're ready.
Indeed. Hello. Thank you so much, Nito and Retro. I'm going to let you have a little water break before we go into Grand Finals. For anyone who doesn't know me, hi, I'm Hollow. I'm the head TO of this thing, and the last time we did it as well. And I was also TO for Prochara's 2-course meal, if you watched that. I really care a lot for this cause, and I'm going to do a little command here in chat, just sending you to the PCRF website. They have been doing so much good work. I made a list of, I meant to post it, but a list of everything that they've done since the last time we ran this event, and it's just huge. The effect they're having, the emergency relief, while still keeping up. For example, they opened, I think, an emergency treatment center in the West Bank, West Bank, all while keeping up their emergency work in Gaza, and it's just incredible. So I'm really proud that we've managed to donate so much as a community to them. I believe actually over $20,000 in all 3 events combined. 4 actually, because there was an eSIMS event run by another one of our TOs, Strings, who's been absolutely incredible today on help desk. So I'm going to do something that might take a moment, but I want to give my appreciation to you all, and I'm going to read through every single name that I can from the donations. So thank you so much to Monkey, Dory, who was of course TO with me last time, sadly couldn't be here today, streaming last time as well. I think he's been in and out of chat. For $100 as well, thank you so much, Dory. Zeke DMS, who's been donating more and more as we hit more milestones, huge thank you to them as well. J Deco, Fucker7, Worm Mush, Wave Prism for that huge $850 donation. That was a donation match the team pulled together to get as much as they could, so absolutely great job, guys. Thank you to Mini, Sales, Pinon, who was TOing our Table Turf side event yesterday, raised a bunch of money when we were doing that. Your Dog's Tennis Ball, Lemon7890, Kimmy, you should donate too. I agree, Kimmy. Magnanimous Milk, Voidbit, Zeke DMS again, Jin, Penguin for the huge Leets donation, of course, 1,337. Big Man is in fact based. Thank you to Fido, Nito, our wonderful commentator, Mikuzma, Melody, Madox, Your Dog's Tennis Ball again, Booperoos, Gay Shark, Pat J, another one of our commentators, Camo, Captain Daz, Mogi, Bittersweet Devil, Mitha, Fishy, DMTR, Ace Astro, Della, Ella, Shadow, Ferret, Ray, Space Dr. Amber, Short, Deathhawks123, Ray, Tiara, Sevenleaf, Superstar Sniffkins, Gladiolus Dragon, Neptune with the 2, Zeke DMS again, Ashwave Prism, DBT, Tozy, Ma, K, Abby and Renee, Short, Crazy Fox 2, Alfie, IT Does Animation, Ashcan, Maria / Rotate, Robin, 000AJ, Zeb, Paradei, Deidre, Hawkin, Osprey, getting towards the end now, ZZ, and old ZZ probably, I'm just British, Quiet Gal, Yaz, Robin, Hyphenate, Angie, KB, Polymuff, Elson, Mr. Goat 73 brackets Armored, Table Turf, Stacy, Ash, Rua, Tam, Ezio, Lily the Rose, Infrapink, Frogzilla, Generally, and Dory once again. Big list there. Thank you all so much. It has been just incredible to see us come together as a community and achieve so much yet again. I repeat, over $20,000 between all the fundraising events we've held for either eSIMs to get that access to internet access to people in Gaza, or mostly for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, who are just doing absolutely amazing work. So thank you all so much. I'm going to dip as well now. Our finals will be soon. I'm not quite sure if our commentators are back yet. Hopefully they've refilled their water bottles. They've been pulling in an insane shift today, and thank you of course to our previous commentators as well, and to all the other TOs. You've been lifesavers. Yes, that's all from me for now.
And thank you so much for reading off all these names. So a lot has to be said about the competitive Splatoon community and how much they're able to come together for, like you said, a wonderful cause, getting help to people, the Palestinian children who need it the most. I mean, that not enough can be said about how much help they need. So once again, thank you to everyone who's donated and contributed so far. I mean, not much I can say here. Is there anything you can say? I'm sure you have some words here.
I think you worded it pretty well. Like, again, just an amazing cause. Like, it's horrible what's happening to the people of Palestine. It's just also amazing how we as a community are able to come together and make something great happen. And just thank you to everyone, as again, like, amazing work, whether you're playing, just watching, or like whether you donated or you're just here to support. Like, thank you so much. And just, yeah, amazing work again.
But let's bring us back to the moment we've all been waiting for. The lights at the end of this bracket tunnel for these two teams. It all ends here. It's grand finals, and it's going to be Moonlight versus Washed for the Squids for Palestinian Kids #2 championship. So we've got Moonlight, which is a team that rocked the world at Low Tide City. I mean, this is the only team, I think, they were huge underdogs, but then we go to it, then this team all of a sudden becomes the only team to bring Starburst to a bracket reset of all things. And then on the other side, we've got Washed, who, if you watched the last set, you know that they're absolutely not washed.
Like, absolutely not. Just, if anything, they're the opposite of Wash. Like, amazing way with words, I know, but it looks like our first map is going to be Marlin Airport Zones.
Oh.
Do you have any thoughts on Marlin Zones?
Marlin Airport, that's a little interesting, I'm gonna be honest. That I wasn't Oh, okay, fair enough.
That one is
Okay.
on me. I did a goof, accidentally set the first match to crab leg clams instead of some zones thing that it wasn't meant to be. Neither team wanted to play it, and frankly, I didn't want it to be the first match either, so random map it is.
Okay, fair enough. I'm looking at Marlin Airport and thinking that's a counter pick if I've ever seen one. But you know what? If you want to go random zones, I think Marlin Airport's a pretty funny place to do it, just because it's not quite Hagglefish, but at some points it does get flat, I think. No, it does. I'm speaking off of limited experience, but I promise I'm speaking off of some experience. I'm smart sometimes.
Sometimes, you know. Especially with those fans, like the geometry is constantly changing. It works really well for weapons that can abuse gravity, like sloshers, blasters, like really anything that can abuse ledges at all. Essentially, like, so it looks like we are going in with I spotted Decav, which is an interesting pick. Decav versus Stamper. Now this will really tell if, you know, Decav is really the Stamper killer everyone thought it was.
And now we also have a tent on the side of Moonlight. Washed just played a team, Tamon, that brought a tent to, I believe, all of their games. So Washed knows how to play around his tent, but this is Moonlight we're talking about. This is, again, the team that at Low Tide City starts to go on the run of their lives. So, and speaking of runs, I mean, Moonlight, looking at the bracket, Moonlight's just cruised straight through Alpha. I think they dropped one game to, oh gosh, that's French. Okay, that's a pickup name in French. I haven't spoken French since high school, so I'm gonna leave that to the people who do know how to speak, who do know how to pronounce that properly. So, if you want to correct me at any point, you can. But so far, so good. Moonlight cruising to finals. Wash doing the same. And Wash holding control of the zone for now.
Getting a decent amount of crucial picks, like that Stamper range combo, really able to pressure that flat. Ended up getting a pick on Nolan, like, Omega, however, comes over and says, no, none of that, and they are able to get...
Okay.
Shadow gets a double with the Zuka, insane play! The wall comes out from Nolan, leaving the shells forced to jump out, unfortunately getting ticked off again. Moonlight is in a very good position here, just popping the bubble even to seal the deal. However, it does get shredded pretty quickly.
I mean, wow. What can you say? I mean, that's the Trizuka gameplay. I like seeing just a random double off of seemingly nowhere, because you can aim the Zuka and it will hit somebody most of the time. But so far, it's Nolan on the Kraken. Does get one pick on Goss. Huge play by the Kraken there. That's why I do like to see a lot more from those Kraken players in terms of competitive Splatoon, just because that Kraken does a lot more than just the Kraken cheese it used to be famous for. There's a lot of stuff you can do to redirect people's attention and cause some havoc, as Wash still trying to find a response from that Kraken pick, and Moonlight going to take game one in convincing fashion here.
It did seem like there was a little bit of a rough start on the side of Moonlight, just Wash able to get in there, get a decent amount of points off. But as soon as Moonlight was able to get back in, get those crucial picks, they locked Washed out. And very effectively too, like the Zuka picks, like the walls, just especially with 10, like 10 and wall, like an interesting combo, and then Kraken, obviously, like there's just so many powerhouses on this team in particular, and all of these players have insane mechanics because they've made it this far. Just amazing display from either side as well.
You said it. I mean, that is the sound of something falling, and I'm sure that's not too important. But you said it. I mean, this is a great display from both teams. I don't think it seems, again, score-wise, it seems like Washed held it down pretty well, but Moonlight, Moonlight held it down pretty well, which they did. They won, but Washed, I don't know. Washed still has a bit of. I'd like to think that game one seems to be that one game where everyone's finding something out, regardless of how good both of these teams are compared to one another. Tower Hagelfish is going to be the counter pick from Wash, by the way, for game two. But game one always seems to be that game where you're still finding things out about one another, and just because you lose game one doesn't necessarily mean that this sets the precedent for the rest of the set, especially with two evenly skilled teams like this. We could see Moonlight go 3-0 here and sweep grand finals, or we could see Wash to go on a run here, Wash maybe drop one game and then go on for the reverse sweep. But I don't know. I think both teams are starting to figure something out, and I think Washed might try to figure things out for what Moonlight's going to bring to the table.
I definitely agree, especially with the ball in their court right now. Like, just having to really think, like, what are our strongest map modes? Like, what will guarantee us not getting 3-0'd, essentially? And I definitely think there's a lot of potential here. I'm predicting that it's not going to be a 3-0, but I might eat my words on that one. Who knows? We will have to see.
We'll have to see, because again, competitive Splatoon is the most chaotic thing in the world. So really, anything can happen here. And I believe, actually, you know what? I do want to point out, Washed has had their comp ready this entire time, and we just now got word that Moonlight is ready to go. So game 2 will be heading your way shortly. That's a sign that Wash obviously knows what they're picking here, and now they have an idea of, like, okay, this is what Moonlight does. This is what we're going to respond with, and what they respond with is that's a range blaster, and they got a 52 guy. They're going to go for that double wall comp yet again, so they're going to see how well that can do against a team like Moonlight, who has a comp similar to what Toman ran. But again, this isn't Toman. This is going to be a totally different team and a totally different play style from each of these players, and we're going to see how all of this comes into play here.
Two go down, like, pretty quickly on the side of Wash, making that 3 actually. Moonlight is in an extremely good position, especially with Cooler out now. However, 2 go down right as I say that. Still able to hold that tower and just keep pressure on Xena, just trying to get maybe a few easy picks, especially, like, on that tower. Like, the bubble comes out on tower. Omega is holding their ground right now. They do have Cooler at their disposal yet again.
Yes, they do, and they're going to use it just a bit more, play a little bit more adventurous here. We saw 2 players going down from Moonlight, one going down from the side of Wash as well. Moonlight currently holding on to the lead. Nolan, they're still proving to be a danger to the side of Wash. Nolan able to hold themselves down. They do have that tactical response, so they'll be back in a moment, but Moonlight holding on for now. Goss actually able to bring the fight to Moonlight there. 2 players going down, 3 players, 4. That's a wipeout for Moonlight as they look to get things going yet again, get themselves closer and closer to checkpoint 2. Shadow with a Trizuka. Everyone going in front. This could be Moonlight, another big push for Moonlight.
2 Krakens out on the field at the same time, both trying to chase each other off at least a little bit. However, Moonlight is able to get back in there pretty quickly, try to keep the tower for a little bit longer. However, strikes also come out. Moonlight is not giving up any space though, still going 2 down, but keeping a decent amount of space in between them and Wash. Unfortunately forced to jump out.
57 points remaining for Moonlight. So they set themselves up for a big push. However, they only get away with 1 point. That's huge. And that's something I want to think about if I'm Wash, because you've just proven how capable you are defensively. But can you watch out for Omega is going to be the first question. So now the second question is, can you watch out for next Omegas or next picks from Omega going backs out before it turns into a triple? That is a huge play there for Omega, and that is a demonstration of anything of how powerful that decapitator can be. And I'm still going to try to make Boomstick a thing, by the way, but so far Moonlight is going to creep themselves closer to that. They've extended their lead here, 48 points remaining, inching ever so closer to that second checkpoint before 3 of them go down with 2 minutes to go.
Goss over here taking a very aggressive position, immediately rushing through mid, just leaving their team to paint and having that trust, like, knowing, you know, I'm probably not going to go down. Unfortunately, end up going down, but the Kraken comes out from the CRB. They are left in a pretty bad spot, however, they do get the pick. The tower is going back and forth right now with Omega trying to get Zenith off. Unfortunately does not end up getting Zenith off. Wash is in a extremely good position right now. Moonlight does not have the strongest lead. However, Kraken comes out yet again, getting pushed into the water. 2 go down on the side of Moonlight. 3 go down. So White on the side of Moonlight. Wash has a insane opportunity right now. Strikes from Shell. Basil getting a pick on Zenith, getting them off the tower. However, Wash ends up taking the lead.
I think funny enough, the Kraken falling into the water seems to be the straw that broke the camel's back here, because now Wash is in the lead. There's nothing to threaten the tower because the Kraken's already down, and now you still have that double wall comp to work off of. And I was about to say, it works out so well here because you can put one on under that tent there on the left side of the map there, and you can put one right next to that third checkpoint, making it very useful for a player like Zenith to navigate around and create a danger for the opposing team, which is Moonlight. But I mean, I don't know what to say. That Kraken fell down. All of a sudden Wash is in the lead, and now I'm sitting here thinking, oh, goodness, wow, all right, yeah, let's just move on. Moonlight has one more opportunity to get themselves back into the lead, but Goss sneaks by a few more picks. Goss proving to be very useful here. That's going to be Wash taking 1 game from Moonlight, bringing it to 1-1.
Like we pointed out earlier, I hate to keep just pointing out that Kraken fall, but it, like you said, it did really seem to be the straw that broke the camel's back, because after that, Moonlight just didn't have a lot to pressure the tower with, like you pointed out, and Wash was able to take very quick advantage of that and make quick work of the lead. And it really just goes to show how one little mistake in this game, like with how fast-paced it is, it can be the difference between a strong lead and just immediately losing it. Sorry.
I do want to say there's something that has to be said about what's being shown in the instant replay right now. That was that Omega play that with the decapitator. It seems to me that and obviously true, but this game is currently being decided by huge plays here. I mean, we already saw that the triple from the decapitator by Omega. We saw Goss closing out the game from a double there. So far, what both of these teams are bringing to the table is what we saw from Kira and Diamond a few sets ago. In that both of these teams are going to bring one player that's so dangerous to the other team that the other team has no choice but to watch out for him. So now Moonlight, in a counterpick stage, has to decide what they're going to bring to this matchup because now they're focusing on Goss and how well Goss was able to close out the game for Washed. These counter picks are meaning a lot more at least since Marlin Airport zones.
Yeah, like I mentioned it like a few sets ago, like these counter picks really do make or break games. And you really have to think about it. It looks like our next map is going to be Umami Zones, which is another one that we saw Washed play on earlier, yet again against Toman. But like we've been saying, like these are different teams, like very different dynamics, and yeah, it's gonna be extremely interesting to see how this plays out again, like what Wash really goes for here, if they like lean more towards the same thing they did last time, or more towards the same that they did the last time they were on Umami Zones.
With any counter pick, you are going to wonder about, and this is something I notice, or a trend that I notice in competitive Splatoon. When you think of a counter pick and what you select for it, you're thinking about mainly two things. One, how does our team play around it? And two, how does it work against the opposing team? So, Moonlight, knowing what they're gonna run, knowing what Wash tends to run, Moonlight's currently thinking, all right, so Goss seems to be running around a lot. So what we're gonna do is put more, maybe, and this sounds very basic, but maybe we put more physical obstacles between them, so it isn't as easy for Goss to run around recklessly and cause damage to us. What do we think? I think Moonlight is taking these into account, and we're gonna see how these plays out again. But to actually bring out the 96 deco, I do want to point that out. They're actually probably picking Umami Zones just because that tent is gonna work very well as well. Oh. Well, it worked out very well, actually. So, great job, Moonlight. You've ended the game within 3 seconds.
It looks like it's going to be a restart because of random website issues, technical difficulties. It is what it is. But looking at the Insta replay, like, amazing plays from both sides here, like Shell immediately falling into the void, like just amazing play. Insane. Like, I have no words.
The bold strategy, Retro. We'll see if it pays off for him. Well, I mean, there is still stuff we can gather from the 3 seconds of gameplay we saw, and it's that, again, I think Moonlight's working to bring out more of what they can from that tent, and then maybe reducing the amount of ledges between them and Wash, because Wash still has that blaster. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. I wonder what else could be going through their minds picking out this spot zone to Umami, which, I mean, I can see it being a good idea, but I do wonder what else might be going through their heads here.
I agree. But I also want to point out, like, just a slight sidetrack. We are like a little under 200 away from our next goal of 6,000, which is, I just want to say that's incredible in itself. Like, yet again, everyone proving to be extremely helpful during this time. Thank you.
Yeah, and right now it's not. Right now it's currently seeing $100 donations every once in a while. I know the last one came from Cow Z Moon, $100. We got Night of Wind and Medi both donating 25, and Monkey going for 50. So, like you said, we're 190 away from our next goal of 6,000, which, I mean, it was a surprise we got to 4,000. At some point, we thought 4,000 was going to be a bit of a reach. Then we get to 5,000. All of a sudden, it seems like it's well within striking distance of 6,000. I mean, Keep it up, y'all. That's astonishing. That truly is. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've said enough. I feel like I've said all I could here.
I agree. There's really just not much else to say other than thank you. Like it really means a lot yet again. Like and it does look like we are still experiencing just a few technical difficulties, just working through all that. But our next map is going to be Crab Lake Capital Rainmaker. Again, very interesting, especially from Moonlight with like that tent pick. Like, you know, the grates tend to be one of the hardest points to cross over, but with a pick like tent, it does make it a lot easier to get past that. So I feel like Moonlight definitely has a big advantage here, especially with the fact that they were the ones to choose the counter pick.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, you're Moonlight. You pick Rainmaker Crab Leg. You're still trying to make that 10 work. I think if you're Moonlight making this counter pick, you're still trying to make the 10 work, and maybe you have a better idea of how to do it than Tamon did and during their set against Wash. But I think one thing you gotta watch out for, and hopefully, and I'm sure this is something Moonlight's kept in mind. Remember that this other team, Washed, has a blaster on their side. That blaster can be very dangerous, and so can Goss. But maybe there's a bit of a debate there. Maybe there is some, not as much concern, because maybe Goss can reach some parts of Grates. But remember there's a blaster on the side of Washed, and I'm sure they're keeping that in mind, though. I mean, this is top level Splatoon. You don't need me to tell you what to do.
I agree. Like, and it looks like we are going into our game 3 right now, actually. So we'll really have to see, like, what exactly Moonlight is planning here.
Alright, this is actual game 3. Now we've actually got it going on here. So you see that blaster, the custom range blaster going off in the Wash. You also see the 52 Gal from Goss. I mean, Goss did very well in that last match, so of course you're going to keep it there. But Moonlight's going to actually keep the same comp they kept the last few stages. So Washed and Moonlight currently facing a neutral battle. It was neutral, but then we saw Moonlight take a pick off of Wash. Basil there making a quick work of Zenith there. Might make quick work of Goss as well. There's going to be a delay triple for the side of Moonlight as Wash is going to try to find a response, and going to need to find it soon. Zenith does have the Trizuka. That was nearly a pick on Basil. That was close. He was a duel between Shadow and Zenith. None of them able to find a target, but Basil gets themselves up the pedestal and doesn't clear the pedestal, but does get their team up to 63 remaining.
However, 3 did go down instead of Moonlight, leaving Omega to have to jump out. Wash does have a decent amount of control right now, opting for the right rather than going across the grates with Moonlight. Okay, picks going all around. Moonlight now has Pop on Rainmaker, at least a lot more space than before. Like, Nolan with that Kraken trying to take as much as possible.
Wow, okay. Nice little triple there, but Wash Wash has cleared that pedestal. So that means, of course, next push for Wash is going to be much more easy. But that means for Moonlight, you need to start playing more to the strengths that your comp gives you, because now that means you play a little bit more stationary. Should Wash make another pick, you can let Wash make the mistakes. They're going to need to go faster because they've got all this room in front of them, and now Goss is going to try to make a move. And you're going to see him hop on that pedestal very soon here. Go almost uncontested until Omega comes down with the Decapitator to put it at, to leave it at 51 remaining. Oh my goodness.
Thankfully able to get that pick on the Rainmaker. Also forcing the CRB out. Moonlight is in a pretty good position yet again. Pencil trade, if I saw that correctly, 2 down on the side of Wash. Moonlight definitely has a lot more space to move up from now. Especially with Zenith going down, the CRB being low. Shadow just out there trying to get top again, and Omega just struggling by that left pedestal, getting maybe a few picks if possible, but also popping bubble there, allowing for a safer transfer of the Rainmaker. Unfortunately, it went down 2 down on the side of both teams actually. Shell just trying to keep contained over that Rainmaker area.
Omega is playing the role of the threat there, which is why you're seeing Omega take all these aggressive positions here. Oh, dangerous spot to be in if you're no one's gonna go down there. Oh, the Grates is still dangerous for Kraken. Remember that Squids can't swim on them, neither can Krakens apparently, but oh, that was a bit of a dangerous move there from Moonlight, as they almost actually got a numbers advantage there to get themselves back in the lead. Wash still holding on though. Zenith's able to go around that tent to get pick on Shadow before Zenith goes down themselves. A 2v2 currently taking place as Shell tries to get themselves moving. They do pause for a bit, knowing that there is a threat run from watching these moves right past Omega. Wow, talk about movement there. There's Omega moving away, or making her way past it, and so far it's going to be Watch this game to lose here. And if they can get themselves up to match point, it would be very impressive against a team like Moonlight, who has the numbers advantage now, is going to try to make their own lead themselves.
Initially, seeming to opt for that check on the Grates yet again, but quickly rotating and going for that left check. Unfortunately, going 3 down with just about like 50 seconds left on the clock. It is not looking the best for Moonlight right now, but it could still be anyone's game. All they really need is a good push.
A good push indeed. Remember, Moonlight does have all the weapons at their disposal for it. I mean, Basil's been doing pretty well on the sniper right here. Omega proving to be a huge threat for Wash. Maybe not right now because Wash is making her way towards the last pedestal. 49 points remaining now for Wash, as Moonlight is still trying to find his response here. Wash holding down the fort so well. Shadow is going to be in a bit of trouble as they got Goss right behind him. But it's 7 seconds, 6 seconds to go. Moonlight has picked up the Rainmaker. We are starting to set ourselves up for overtime as Moonlight tries to avoid a match point in favor of Washed.
Trying to get back in there as quick as possible. Bazooka comes out, getting a pick on the CRB. There was one down on either side. However, Wash is not laying up, just constantly trying to just hold that wall down. Omega goes down, Nolan goes down. It is not looking good for Moonlight right now, with Azuka coming out as well, just further pressuring Basil right now. And ends up getting the pick on, like, right on the Grates from behind a wall even.
Rust is looking scary good here. I mean, they're looking scary good here because this is now match point for Washed. This is still best of 5. Washed is currently looking at the next match and thinking, if we win this one, that's it. Weekend's over. We'll take a win here. I mean, Washed, what more can be said about this team that's able to move fast and able to move so well here against Moonlight, a team that is currently struggling to find responses to how fast Washed is able to play. And you saw lots of it in that previous set we were streaming, and we're seeing lots of it now.
I'm trying to find the words to describe, like, what happened, but I think you explained it perfectly. Like, just pacing is very different here with these different comps. Like, obviously Moonlight had a very different idea of how this game was gonna go. Like, at the beginning, they struggled a lot getting first check, like, just going down right before that, just finally getting it, and that did not set them up very well at the beginning. So the odds were kind of against them from the start, but they still have a chance to make a comeback. Like, just because it's match point, they just need to win these next 2 games.
And it's like I said, game 1, and now part of it could be contributed to the fact that we played on Marlin Airport zones of all things, but I don't know. Game 1 is never the precedent of the set. Now Wash is currently looking at, they're 1 game away from taking this entire tournament. Moonlight, on the other hand, has a better idea of how Wash is playing, and I wonder how they're going to take that into account now. We counterpicked Rainmaker Crab, like hoping that, I don't know, maybe we use this longer range and we can keep them at bay because we know Goss and we know Scene at some point is going to try to play around those ledges, so we're going to try to play around that. It's like a counter to a counter. But now Moonlight has an opportunity to make their counter pick, and they have, which is going to be not zones, it's actually Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins now.
Flame Blitz Umami Ruins is definitely another interesting pick. I feel like it's definitely on their 10th strong map, which explains a lot because, you know, Shadow being a 10th player, obviously they are trying to make it work, and it definitely can. Like, this could go either way, especially with just Wash's aggression in general. Like, it's seeming pretty even despite Wash being at match point, but hopefully Moonlight is able to bring us to a game 5 because those are always the most entertaining.
I mean, sorry, I'm still trying to drink in. I'm still trying to drink water because obviously that's important, but like, it is weird sometimes. It's weird sometimes. I don't know if I need to elaborate, but it's weird sometimes. Game 4! Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins, heading y'all's way very quickly here. Remember, that is Washed on match point.
I think these are the same comps that we've been seeing so far, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. However, both sides seem to be taking their respective areas, like, space. The CRB getting a pick on Nolan, actually, very quickly. Gray going in there, getting a double, almost getting the triple, going for the quad.
One more.
Might end up getting it. Unfortunately, gets picked off by Basil, but still an amazing triple from Gray right there.
I love watching that happen in front of me because it's like, it's always fun watching, as both as a spectator and as a commentator, watching a player start to get warmed up very quickly. As we saw, Moonlight, actually, that's going to be Washed. Almost had enough for a push themselves, but that's Moonlight actually making the push now, up to 77 points remaining. They've got two, almost actually now 8 clams in tow, but do they have enough to keep it going? Shadow does indeed. Does use a tent here. That's how they're going to play with that tent now. They're actually going to use it to, one, keep pushes going, make sure they can keep getting clams into that basket. They already got a power clam in. And see how that tent can be used to stop how much pain output and even damage output Wash is able to put out, as we saw earlier with that tent.
And it does look like that is the end of Moonlight's push as they go 3 down. However, a 33-point lead is not one to laugh at all. That was an insanely strong first initial push. Initial push. It's gonna be very hard for Wash to get past this and come back. However, Moonlight does end up going 2 down. This is their chance.
Oh, they have a lot of clams too. Venus has 3 ready. They're gonna hold on to those. Actually, not for long. They're gonna hold on to those to keep the timer going. They got at least up to 45 remaining. That's gonna be the end of their push, though. But if something has to be said about Watch's clam management there, Venus, first of all, holding those clams, making sure they still have enough time to put in the power clam. But secondly, all of these players keeping it some level of some clam economy on their own. That is huge, especially with Clam Blitz. It can't be said how many people forget about clam economy during Clam Blitz, and I like that Wash is keeping this in mind. But so far, Moonlight, I mean, look at how much pressure they're applying right in front of that basket. You even see with the sniper lasers themselves. There's a lot of pressure being put on like the bottom half of the screen here.
Picks going both ways in mid right now as Moonlight makes a very quick comeback right into mid. Omega going down, but Zenith going down as well. Wash just trying to keep a decent hold on mid as well, especially with that pencil. Goss, Goss sharking, trying to get that pick. Unfortunately, not able to get it.
And here's Omega going into the duel with Nolan on Zenith. Zenith going down. Goss makes the move. Not enough. They do have a power clamp. They're going to need to clear the remaining points and penalties too. That's worth noting. So they've actually got 3 players down. So maybe that won't be as difficult as they would have imagined. But they've got 4 penalty points remaining. They haven't cleared them. Do they have the clamps to clear them though? They have 3 incoming, and they were able to get those out. They've gone down to 28 remaining. So far, Moonlight it seems like Moonlight is setting us up for a game 5, but gotta remember, Wash has been holding on. Wash has held on to 45 remaining, and they got themselves there very quickly. So all it takes is one big push, maybe a double like that, to get themselves back into position. Will it be enough for Wash to get themselves the set win, or will it be Moonlight taking us all to a game 5?
Zenith here does end up popping that Zuko, pressuring Moonlight back a decent amount, giving Wash just an even bigger clan economy than they already had. They have a lot at their disposal right now, quickly making work of that lead, getting it down to 14 compared to Moonlight's 19. Their push ends there, but it is not looking the greatest for Moonlight right now. But then again, there's still like 15 seconds left on the clock. They could make one more push and take that lead back.
10 seconds left. This game is almost certainly going to be going into overtime. Who is he jumping to? Basil making the jump. Trying to get some more clamps. It's all to Shadow. There's 2 clamps right next to Shadow. All it takes is 1. That's going to be it for game 4. And we are going to a game 5 thanks to a huge jump from Shadow Wind to take Moonlight into the win.
And that does mean we are going to a game 5, unfortunately, for our streamer. But, an insane play from Moonlight at the end there. Omega immediately recognizing the urgency. I believe that was Omega, like, rushing in, giving Shadow that jump. Like, members of Moonlight just immediately adapting and taking that lead in overtime when it really wasn't looking likely. This game 5 is going to be insane.
Much to the chagrin of our streamer, who is going to be late for some function or whatnot. Don't worry about it. We'll give you an excuse paper, like one of those excuse sheets you get from like the doctor's office when you're going back to school or whatever. But we'll hand you one of those. You'll be fine. This is more important. We got a game 5 between what was the number 1 seeded team, Moonlight, versus Washed, number 2 seeded. It's even in terms of seeding, it's still a close matchup, which we should have expected going to go to a game 5. But I mean, I don't know. Something has to be said about how Moonlight was able to recover from what was a 2-1 situation, avoiding what could have been a potential JV sweep from Washed.
And right as we are going into our game 5, we are very close to that 6K goal yet again. Like, just $80 off, and with how quickly these donations are coming in and how many of them are coming in, there's still definitely a chance. And if we hit that goal right in the game 5, that's gonna be even more hype, I guess. Like, just thank you again to everyone. We're just waiting on the counter pick again. There's definitely a lot of thought going into this last counter pick on the side of Wash, because now this, like we've been saying throughout this entire time, like, counter picks make or break games. Like, this could be extremely dangerous for Moonlight. This could give Wash the winning advantage. So they really have to think about this one.
And I do want to say about the seeding and how well this seeding has apparently been working out. And in the 3rd place match between Last Minute Pickup and Taman, the number 3 seed Taman wins the 3rd place match, which means they end up 3rd. So if the stars are aligning here, that means in theory Moonlight wins game 5, but I don't know. This set is anything but predictable. I think at some point I kind of thought that Wash... I'll be honest, the overtime push was everything that Moonlight needed, both in terms of the actual game itself, because you win, but in terms of morale too, because now you're at 2-2. Wash has been proven to be a huge threat to you. Congratulations, we're in a game 5. All you need to do is win. Now you're in match point.
Going from like Washed being in match point to 2-2 is crazy, and it looks like they're picking Mako Mart zones, which is definitely interesting, especially if they're going to go for that double wall strat again, like we've been seeing throughout. But it's just definitely going to be interesting seeing how these two teams adapt and like what kind of plays they're willing to make with the entire tournament being on the line. Like Grand's game 5. This is intense.
Alright, Zones Mako Mart is going to be the counter pick for Washed. Now, if you were with us last set, you remember that Washed KO'd 0-KO'd Tamon on that map mode combination. So, of course, this being Washed's counter pick, they're going to go to the last resort. I don't want to say the last resort, but I mean, you saw it on stream. They saw it themselves playing the game. This is a tried and true map mode combination for Washed. Moonlight is different. Now, of course, Moonlight still has that tent on their side, so maybe Washed knows a little bit of what to expect just because they played in that Tamon set. But this is Washed's set. This might be Washed's game to lose, but I don't know. I don't want to say anything too soon because I feel like game 5, the game that's about to start, it's gonna prove me wrong on one way or another.
Very similar, if not the same comps we've been seeing throughout. Opting for the regular range rather than CRB this time, however, which is going to be interesting, especially with the wave breaker pressure and all that, like all the different angles. It looks like the zone is flipping back and forth very quickly, however, Wash is usually winning these flip battles. Zenith going down on Moonlight's stack there. Moonlight now has a pretty clear opening to the zone. Wash does not have a strong lead at all. One goes down on the side of Moonlight. Three go down on the side of Wash, however, quickly getting back in and spawning. Goss just trying to take on Shadow on their stack right now. However, Shadow's proving to be a very difficult threat.
And I like the positioning of Shadow Zuka there. I mean, you needed a clear shot on one of the players of Wash. So of course you're just gonna go straight for the side, act like you're making a flank it in. All of a sudden, Zuka in your face. I love it. I love what Shadow's doing here, and I love the amount of confidence they have in their skills there. But unfortunately, Shadow's gonna go down to that killer whale there. Wash gonna take control of it. Now this is where Wash did very well against Tamon in the previous set. Once they were able to hold down the choke points, like you mentioned then, they were able to hold down Tamon, and Tamon had zero chance of getting themselves back in. But as I say that, Moonlight actually takes care of Goss, takes that pick, and now it's all up to Moonlight now, who's going to be able to take control of the zone in a few seconds if they're still able to. Goss going to prove it to make it difficult, but do they have enough paint to get it down? It's so close. It's actually all up to Shadow, who's the only one on zone, and Washed holds on to the zone.
With just a few ticks remaining before Wash takes the lead, Moonlight has a decent amount of penalty, and it looks like Wash is going to end up taking the lead. This is a very dangerous position for Moonlight to be in, especially with that Zuka coming out, further pressuring Moonlight, and Basil especially. That cooler comes out, but now Wash is going to expect them to be there. That pencil immediately trying to pre-fire the stack. Tent Shield and Kraken coming out at the same time, just trying to get a little bit of pressure off the zone as Wash only has 11 ticks, 10, 9. Moonlight is 3 down right now. It is looking like game 5 is going to go to Wash.
Washed picks the old reliable here, goes to game 5, and now is your Squids for Palestinian Kids #2 champion Wash could not do it any more convincing than that. Let's break the seeding. Number 2 has now become number 1. Oh my goodness, that you look away for 1 second, and all of a sudden Wash has 11 points remaining, and you look away for another second, Wash has won.
A very quick and deciding match. Both teams playing extremely well, but Wash was able to just get in there, and just dig their claws into the zone and not let go in the slightest at all. Oh, okay. Amazing performance. The stars did not align in Alpha Bracket today. Sorry. Yeah, Alpha Bracket. I'm right about that one. Just cooperation, like the combo of Wavebreaker, Zuka, like Gal, Pencil, it's deadly. And like they were able to play to it very well.
Hell, that. I mean, I don't know. I'm like still looking through my notes and thinking, well, none of this really matters anymore. I mean, Wash comes into game 5 and I see Mako Zones as a counter pick, and I think, okay, well, that's it. This might be over. I mean, it is Moonlight we're playing against, but this might be over because I mean, this is Wash we got. But congratulations to Wash for winning this set. And congratulations to Moonlight as well for making it this far. Moonlight still got these 2 teams. You still gotta watch out for because these are 2 teams you're going to give your utmost respect to how just because of how dangerous either one can be and what these teams bring to the table.
Hello everyone. I'm just gonna pop back in again and wrap things up quickly. Thank you all so much for playing. Congratulations to Wash, our Squids for Palestinian Kids 2 winner, and congratulations to you all because we've managed to reach our goal of $6,000. We are at $6,010 right now, which is just incredible. It's been an amazing weekend. Thank you all so much. I'm going to do some really quick thank yous. First of all, huge thank you to Jorian for streaming. I've got to make this quick because he's got to go. But he's been an absolute hero today. Thank you so much to my TOs, especially Strings, for holding for a lot of the time. Mr. X73, I hate to shout him out because he's my frenemy, but he's always had my back, unfortunately. Thank you so much to all our casters, Nito, Retro, Rachel, Pat, Popgun, and Keegan Rainey. Thank you to all our artists, our raffle artists. If you donated, please enter the art raffle. I will be drawing that when donations close in about a week's time. If you donated $10 or more, you're eligible for that, and we've got some amazing artists. The same goes if you're a content creator and you helped us promote the event or streamed it. We have 3 thumbnails up for grabs in a raffle by the wonderful Kuro, so enter that as well. That'll be going out in an announcement I'll be putting out soon. Keep sharing the fundraiser, keep donating. Let's see how far we can push this. I'm going to keep it up for another week because I know some people are planning to upload videos of them playing. And anything else I can think of? I think that might be it. Oh, huge thanks to everyone who came to the Table Turf tournament yesterday and the Table Turf TOs. They managed to raise a huge amount in that, so that was incredible. Thank you so much. And I think that does bring us to a close. I'd say we could raid someone, but I don't think we can because the channel isn't new enough for anyone to allow it. We tried yesterday and I just got rejected left and right by anyone I wanted to try raid, so I think we're just gonna have to end it here straight up. Finally let Jory and our amazing streamer go. But thank you all so much, and Big Man Based.
Big man based. Ah. There it is.
Okay,
Big man's base. All right, let's start getting plugs down because we got people that want to go. So, Retro, where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Retro the Ghost. All first letters are capital. All those are zeros. Yeah.
All right, I'm Nito. Nito, you can find me at Nito Unused on Twitter, Twitch, Blue Sky, and right now you're gonna need to find me somewhere else because I need to go.
Yeah, everyone's gonna rush off. But thank you all so much for coming, and we will maybe see you again next time.